listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome one and all to this week's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Live from Pink's Reserve this afternoon, we're covering a crucial Division 4 clash between Kilsyth and Chirnside Park. Can the Cougars keep their finals aspirations alive, or will Chirnside move one step closer to booking a double chance spot in the upcoming finals series? You can catch all the action from this game, plus the next hour pre-game right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming right around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. I'm Josh Ward, joined by Jared Beanland, Blake Tennant, Brett Davidson for the pre-game. And right off the bat, it's a pleasure to be able to speak with this man once again, the playing coach of the Chirnside Park Football Club, Justin Ficcarelli.
Thanks,
Welcome,
boys.
Ficcarelli.
Thanks for having me.
How's the side feeling ahead of today's contest against the Kilsyth side that is essentially in a final series now, needing to win here?
Yeah, no, we're feeling good. We're probably treating it more like a first final, to be honest. So probably they got that feeling about it. Bit of pressure on us, bit of pressure on them to make finals. So probably a good lead up into hopefully a big final series for us.
Absolutely, and it's already shaping up pretty well. You've got Forest Hill next weekend, and then you most likely will finish in the double chance, depending on today's result. Do you feel like the side's starting to hit some form the last couple of weeks, though? You've been able to get some victories against some pretty decent opposition as well?
Yeah, I think probably the last month of footy, I think we've started to turn it a little bit. Obviously, July's, big boy month, everyone's injured. Blokes, coming back from injury or getting injured, and it's freezing cold, so you're always going to get coming and going during that time of the year. Everyone goes through it, so we're starting to get a bit better side together now, but our football is starting to show. I've tweaked the game plan just a little bit, just to try and probably move the football more, a bit more quickly with handball and try and spread a bit more. You hopefully should see a bit of that today. So I think that's starting to come to fruition, and we've got a couple of 17s boys as well that have been playing every week, so I tend to give them a bit of a go as well during the year, and they're actually really up to it. So even today the 19s played. They played their first win all season. They had I think there was 8 17s playing. So
nice.
We're hopefully going to get 8 to 9, 10 come through over the next year or so, and then probably 15 to 20 the year after, which we probably haven't had the last 4 or 5 years, which does affect the side coming through with some of those younger boys. But it's really exciting, I think, time for the footy club.
Justin, great to talk to you, and best of luck for today, of course. What's been your main challenge this year as a team? Because you are, along with Fair Park, I think at the start of the year we ranked you both sort of 1 and 2. Yep. Then Bulleen, Temp and Warrandyte have made their statements, and it's all looking quite close at the moment. In the middle of the year, there's been a bit of a drop in form from Chirnside. Obviously, finals, completely different ball game. But what would you say has been the main sort of hurdle for you guys to get over?
I would say, you don't say it too much, but it's a bit of personnel, but also I think the competition's even up a little bit as well. Yep. So, those top 4 sides, or 5, but, can beat each other any day. So that's probably been the biggest part, but also, it is always hard coming back from a grand final loss. So to get the team going again can take half of the season to get them going, you know what I mean? So probably a bit of that also, but I feel like we're starting to hit our straps. It's a different feeling to last year, whereas we were flying coming into a final season, whereas now I think we're building. I'll probably look at us a bit more like a white horse last year, where we're building into that big day. So, and I'd prefer that without the pressure on the players. We've been there, we've gone through it, we've experienced it, we know what it's like. Whereas last year, I'd say 95% of the list have never been in a final series, big grand final. So that's going to be a bit of a difference as well this year. So really exciting.
Josh Swift as well, he's been massive for you guys up forward. How has he had an impact sort of like on the structure of the forward line, along with some very distinctive forwards as well, such as yourself, Brooklyn Lamb? You've also got his name escapes me briefly, but how's
Trent
that?
Castledine
is the
we
one.
all forget that he has won a flag in the VFL. He's a quite handy player. So 100%. Swifty's been good. I mean, he's a different player to defend against. So he's not the traditional lead up full forward, which you've mentioned on the podcast every couple of weeks. So he's a different.
Glad to see you listening.
Yes, I am. Yes, and he's a different sort of forward. So he he is a different one to match up against. I've got, today I'm probably going to try and test their back line a little bit. I've gone a bit taller, so we'll just see how that plays out. But I think that's probably where I think we can really expose Kilsyth with their defenders. So we've got some really tall boys down there who can take some clunks. So if we can get the ball down there pretty quickly, and I've got to sort of try and do my job and keep it in there, I think we can stretch them down back. So that's the plan today.
Justin, always great to speak to you as well. And just want to talking about the 19s as well. Next week's a big match as well.
Here we go.
I'm looking forward to that hit out down there. But I just want to talk about who are these 17s boys that you mentioned as well. And, just give us a little bit of an impact for the call team today. And what are we expecting from these 17-year-olds, around that mark, that are going to be pushing? They're playing today, of course, and potential finalists as well. Who are those players?
Yeah, so today we've got Riley Bickford, who's probably played 90% of the season with us. So he's a good winger. He's probably the fittest bloke at our football club, so he's want to be up and down the wing. I might throw him in the midfield there if we need some speed around the ball. But and then we've got Troy Casey, who's going through the Box Hill system at the moment. So he's a half-backer. He's got great skills, really gives us a bit of drive off half-back. So he's got a body ready for senior football. Then there's a kid playing today in the reserves, Xavier Bowman. So you've probably seen him out there playing now. So he's going to be probably a big one for the future as well. So it is an exciting time for the footy club, which, as I said, we haven't had that feeder through for the last few years. So 90% of this side here, well, probably 80% is from 19s, probably 6-7 years ago. So it's really important and imperative at this lower divisions that you've got those juniors to feed through, so that if you do go up, you're prepared and you're not going to come straight back down. So
that really answers my question and what I'm leading to as well. Do you feel like I know last year it was a huge ride. So obviously made the grand final, first time in a long time for Chirnside, probably since to the left me coaching them as well to that famous day, of course. But how is the club behind the four walls, and do you feel like it's on the rise again and it's a place to be? Like obviously the club rooms brings a lot of people with brilliant facilities as well. Do you feel like it's in a better spot?
So I mean, I've played at Croydon and Sylvan, but the club of this size, Chirnside Park, I haven't seen too much of that. We've got the biggest junior club in the league, numbers wise, and then the amount of we've got vets women's, vets men's, we've got netball, we've got 12 netball sides, so it's a really big club. So it is a big thing to run on the off-field, and the off-field boys do a brilliant job, presidents and stuff like that, but it is a good place to be. It's a family club. That's probably what I would say it is. So it is a club that really embraces anyone and anyone. So, I'm really happy to be down at this football club. So.
And you've also extended as well to 2027, which is great to see as well.
It is, yeah. It's, I'm really happy about that. I can see the future of this football club. Unfinished business, obviously, this year, so we're focused on that. But, I'm really excited to continue on next year.
So, I'm always not critical, I'm always, what's the word for it? Analytical about the way things are going. So I had a look at your forward line. I think you've got probably one of the best forward lines in the competition with regards to the variety that you've got. Very hard to match up on. Tall. Lamb is that mid-forward who can play a variety of roles. Swift, smaller, off-forward.
Yep.
Yourself, you've kicked 30 or 24, whatever it may be, so you're in there as well. I just wonder about what have you looked at with regards to, because I've looked at the game, I just think the transition from opposition from there to their defence out of your forward line, they get you a little bit with your defensive forward stuff. Is that something you've been working on?
That's what I've just written down on the board when I was just coming in here. So basically they love to roll numbers back and really get their drive off half back. So they'll tend to see they'll try and drop a couple back in front of our forwards, rebound. Machete had been playing down there, but I think the last month of footy he's been playing in the midfield. I think they need a bit more out of there. But they will try and drive 100%. So I won't allow them to roll two back. I can soak up the one, but our mediums have just got to fight like hell to keep it in there.
And
then we're going to try and, hopefully squeeze that centre of the ground because they want to get it back inboard and really drive from there. So we're going to be squeezing up the ground a little bit, and, our forwards are going to be working just as hard on defence and what they are offence.
And that was the other point I was looking at, just having a look at the tape of you.
Yep.
I reckon you've changed the way you've come out of defence as well a little bit. You seem to have gone a little bit more come in and then spread a bit quicker than what you had. Is that something you're trying to get because of the ground you're going to be playing on?
100%. So, if you see it from the top level AFL now, that if you're breaking the lines with handball and you're unpredictable, it's quite hard to defend against. If you start going long down the line or stuff like that, our team just doesn't play like that. We're not we're not a tall side, so if we want to go long down the line, we'll just get repeat entry. So you are right. We have tried to move the ball quickly by handball and try and break that line and be more unpredictable. That chaos ball works sometimes. It's hard to defend. If you've got two back and you've got a chaos ball coming in, it's hard to sit in the hole and mark it because it's coming along the ground, and forwards will fight like hell to keep it in there. So, you're 100% right.
And just one final one. Obviously, the playing coach balance, and it's quite rare that we see that nowadays, particularly at the higher levels. How have you found that second time around after you did a fantastic job in your first year as the playing coach here at Chirnside?
I've really enjoyed it. To see the younger kids come through is probably the best part about it. Giving kids an opportunity, seeing their face when you select them, play their first senior game and stuff like that. They're moments that, you don't forget. So, and it's a whole family thing. The whole family comes down as well. So, it is great. That's probably the one thing that I enjoy most. And then, the first beer after a game when you've had a win, that's the second part.
And the body's going okay?
The groins. I need a bit of a clean out in the groin at the end of the season, but
that just so you'll
still
play
playing.
Again,
Still playing.
Yep.
Continue on. 100%.
And I just want to mention as well, I don't know how you did it, but you got James McManus coming to the club. I know he signed on last year, but he unfortunately played for the Murrelbach Vets team, and now he's back playing with Chirnside.
He is, so I convinced him to give us a go this year, and I'm really glad that we got him in. So he had missed a few games through injury during the year, but he played all his career as that defensive winger, and it's probably something that we've lacked a bit. So we love attacking, but we never really had someone there to cover that side of the stoppage. He doesn't move quick, but the stuff he does for Chaz Cleverne at stoppage, blocks, defending. Chaz will be getting a tag today. He'll do the stuff that doesn't go on the stats sheet. But when I go and watch the footage, that's the stuff that you're looking at. So,
Well, Figo, you're a busy man. We better let you go.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you so much for joining us as well, and good luck for the day.
Much appreciated, and love the work that you do. I'll listen to most of the stuff you do. To cover 5 divisions is not easy. No. You do a bloody good job, so well done.
We appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank
boys.
you so
Appreciate
much
it.
for
All the
joining
best.
us in the build-up to. Thank you for joining us in the build-up to this massive contest. He's a very busy man as well as the playing coach of the Chirnside Park Football Club, and he's done a magnificent job with his Panthers outfit, hasn't he?
Good bit of insight as well. I really appreciated sort of like a bit of a layout of the game plan as well.
I really like how he put it on. Like they're doing the White Horse of last year.
Yeah,
it's not bad.
Yeah, because I think they had a loss, White Horse, to Chirnside Park, and they got smashed out the box. And then I feel that way this year. They had a rough day against Borley and Templestowe, and they're playing some good footy. Yeah. And now they're playing again some great footy at the moment.
It shows maturity. They've had issues when they've come into the finals at the pointy end of the season. I don't know what it's been, mentality, complacency, whatever it might be. You just get the feeling that this year they're going to show a little bit more maturity, and it's going to take other teams' best to really beat them.
Well, I think that the difference is going to be the fact that they're not going in as the seen best side. There's no way known that's going to be the case. And if you look at their list is okay, and they've played okay football, but they're not going in as the side to beat. So I'm not sure. I was going to ask, I wanted to know whether they were going to get any of some of their players that have been injured out back in, but we're not sure what they're going to do, but we'll find out a little bit later on. But I think we've got someone else pretty important that's just walked in.
Yes, we do, and it is the playing coach of the Kilsyth Football Netball Club in Damien Murray. Thanks so much for joining us in the build-up to this big game, Damien.
Thanks for having us. Not that important, Damo. You're already doing better than a lot. You've actually brought your own team sheets in for us.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it's Premier
I reckon
Data
that's the first
stats,
time we've
actually.
ever... Oh, okay. There you
Premier
go.
Data stats from the last game they actually played, which we really appreciate as well. Of course, it's been fantastic seeing on your socials some of the stats that pop up for certain players or players of the week. But more importantly, how is the group feeling? Because it's the start of a final series for you guys with Chirnside Park this weekend and Morandite next weekend.
Yeah, it's been a final series for a while for us, so just got to keep rolling now, and the 4 points is important every week. But yeah, like you said, we just got to keep winning, and it is a final series for us. But we did it to ourselves last year as well, put ourselves in the same boat. So we just got to make sure we keep winning and keep momentum rolling.
Your second half of the season, what have been some of the learnings you've taken from the first half of the year into the second half, where you haven't lost a game and you've been able to take points off top 4 sides like Fair Park and even Morandite out here as well?
Probably just the acceptance of role and the importance of role playing within a team. I think we spoke about it after the Bulleen loss, where we went 4-4, probably similar to the Gold Coast model, I reckon, where we've got so much talent. I think our list is really good, but probably an acceptance to play roles probably wasn't as high as where it needed to be. So I think it was a good reality check to go 4-4, knowing what we had in the room, and then you strip it back and blokes accept some roles, and then you play better footy.
Damien, it's great to speak to you again. I spoke to you at the start of the year, and I think one thing you said really stuck with me, and the idea of it being a right, not a privilege to play in the senior lineup. You're talking about role playing as well. Is that a mantra that's really been impressed upon your playing group this season? Have they really followed through with that?
Not so much a mantra about the role playing, but just saying that's kind of more naturally happened with the boys, and kind of just seeing when you go through the review process about how important it is when whether it's a resting mid, that you don't kind of get stuck being a full-time mid, because the importance of having 6 forwards, the way the game's played these days, is structurally it's so important that you can't have so many people around the ball. You win it at the source, and then your inside 50s are going in, and it's 3 on 6, or if they're holding their structure deep. So just kind of all those things all add up, mate, at the end of the day.
And last year, the back end of the season, you went 2-7. How gratifying is it to see that it's sort of the opposite, at least in this latter half of the year, to see that you've been able to grit down and get some really mature victories, and the draw, of course, against Warrandyte?
No, it's awesome, mate. To see the individual player development, it's been huge. You see the growth in, like, Spencer Lamb was in Bali last year. He comes back, and the footy that now he's producing is like top 4 or 5 in our team. It's really good. You know, as a coach, you love to see development, but actually as a player who's out there sometimes, like Bailey Ray's another one, where you just, you know, to be in awe of sometimes of how they move, or their athletic ability, or their agility, all those skill sets that as a 36-year-old have really diminished on me. Not that they were high to start with, the old athleticism and agility, but to see those guys, even Liam Walter, like, they'll be pushing back as a mid, and you see the positioning he's in, and he's got the intercept mark before it's off the boot. They're the kind of individual wins that as a coach and as a player you just go, you're great to play with, but you're also a pleasure to coach. So you get to see wins on both sides, which is important.
Damien, always good to talk to you.
This is going to be
my friend. We had a nice little chat on Thursday, probably to help this with these sheets as well. And what's going on, Damien? A bit smiley out in the back there, but
I am very smiley. It's just,
I'm worried about
there's a missing dog that we still need to find, Blake. That is what we do need to discuss, and we need to get on top of this dog that's missing around Montrose area.
Well, I was driving away, I was talking to you, of course, about the game that were coming, and I had to pull over, I had to end the call as well, and the dog just did a runner on me. I couldn't find the dog, so if someone still lost their dog, I do apologise, but
I did hear Scruffy just howl under a car tyre, so
but back to this one as well, bit of fun, but I think we actually talked about this, and this is great access that you gave us here as well. So you won the clearances in this game last time you met against Chirnside Park, and it looks like you won the inside 50s too, but how do you summarise that game, and what what key messages have you that you're going to throw away to these boys that, even though they did lose by 6 points, but they won the big moments on the sheet, even though you didn't get the points? What are you going to improve this time around?
It was probably one of the rare times as a playing coach where you actually, after the game, I actually didn't have the answers to the boys because it felt like those stats when I was out there playing, I was kind of like, clearances, we were going really well, we'll get the ball inside 50, but the biggest issue for us has just been scoring from our inside 50s, our, points per inside 50 in like a game like that. Well, I mean, once you start to hit 1.2, 1.3, you're probably not winning, and their score from inside 50s as soon as they hit 1.8, 1.9, then it's definitely in their favour. So it's more about the converting and just adding in some layers. So we've worked relentlessly on inside 50 entries and what we do from kind of the centre circle forward, because we have no dramas getting our hands on it, but inside 50s at that stage reflected a team that was 4-4, and then inside 50s the last few weeks have reflected a team that's 5 wins and a draw. So we've got to keep that going today, though.
And a key out for the Cougars now. I'm talking a big key out. Luke Ivanovic, I'm sure he'll be watching on upstairs or wherever he is. He loves this thing that he does here as well. But how much of an impact has he had not being able to? I know you would love to play him in that 22 every week, but are we going to be seeing him this year, or do you feel like it's the end, unfortunately, for this year? Because he's a star, a genuine star. He's playing some really good footy, so have we seen him this year? Or?
Yeah, Luke's been good, and I do feel terrible because he got the tip and he would have booked in his hair and makeup artist for today to make sure he looked sharp for the camera. But Luke's one of those footballers who is very good as a young player, and sometimes it's easy for me to forget that he's only 18 because he's played his 35, 40 senior games already, and as a coach, Dave, I'm sure you can relate to this as well. Sometimes when you see potential in people, you probably coach them a little bit harder than they would like to be coached at times, but you're doing it out of the best reasons because you see what they could genuinely bring and where they could genuinely take their footy. So, as Blake said, Luke's a star and he's definitely in that category. Jacob Machen's another one who's in that category where, I coach Jacob, everyone, sometimes you get called favourites, Davo, but, Jacob just is relentless in his coaching and how he wants to be coached, and I dish it up to him certainly, and he responds. So, but not everyone can be coached like that.
And the reality of it is as well that the fact that when you've got guys that just demand you to want them to be coached as well, and others don't. So people say, "Oh, it's your favourite." Well, no, they're demanding more of you because they want to be better, and I think that works out. I look at today and I look at your side and I look at your side over the last couple of weeks, and I think structurally you've really become better, and I think that comes down to roles. But also you're coming up against a forward line that it's not so much it's unpredictable, but it's a little bit different in its structure. It has a smaller full forward, it has a tall centre half forward, and then you've got Lamb, who's also a guy that can play a bit of a mid-switch player. They've kicked a lot of goals. And they tend to, especially Swift, tend to kick a lot of easy goals. He plays that role very, very, because he's not the main target. What's the challenge for you guys today defensively?
Definitely, David. Absolutely. Got to respect him. I think the thing about Swift is he's just the most consistent forward. He hasn't kicked his bags of 12, 14 against Nunna and Forest Hill. You look at his goal kicking and it's constantly 4, 5, 6, 8. So you can't sleep on him at all because he's a great forward team. As their whole forward line, Castledine goes down there. Lockie Hoy, who I played with Emerald, if he goes down there, he's another good player. So for size, we just got to respect him, and we just have to bring the ball to ground.
Yep.
If we don't bring it to ground and they take marks inside 50, they'll put on a score like they did last time. So.
And that's the thing that I've looked about your side at the moment, is that you seem to you've really improved your transition game. Your ability to get the ball, particularly between the arcs, has been excellent. Is that something you've been working on?
Endlessly, Davo. Endlessly. Once you it helps with the forward 50 entries as well, and you'll see on your sheets there that, we're number one for D50 turnovers to score. which is really rare for a team that's fifth, Davo.
Yeah, that's right.
So it just genuinely reflects that the issue is just kicking goals, because it's like you do so much so well, and then it's that last kick inside 50, or it's that extra handball, which you'd know sent you grey and bald, that one. So it's all those little things that have kind of got us, but the boys credit, they're working on it, and between the arcs and our defensive run, I think we are one of the better teams. It's just literally on the day, can you post a score that threatens a team like Chirnside Park, and we'll find that out today.
And I suppose lastly from me, and I know you never look at it yourself, although you do internally. I have been really impressed with the way you personally have been playing your footy. I reckon you've stepped up the last 6 weeks. I think I haven't seen you play as consistently well for a long, long time as you have in the last 6 weeks. Has that been something that you've really worked on as well?
You have to. If you're going to put the player coach hat on, you have to consistently look at yourself, consistently improve. Otherwise, it just leaves you open to scrutiny, and it's hard to stand up in front of a bunch of boys and ask them to do certain things that you aren't capable of yourself doing. So, no, I was lucky enough, Davo, to after last year kind of reflect, and our offence had to change. We had to be able to put up higher scores if we were going to go all the way, and then was lucky enough to play NTFL in the off-season and just played against the Tiwi Bombers and saw how they move the ball and the excitement and the fun and the run and the carry-off half-back, and I just said, I'm 36, Davo, and if I can finish playing at least some fun, exciting offensive brand of footy, then that's what I want to be part of. And the boys as well are the same. Like, they've enjoyed playing a brand of footy that is exciting, it's fun, and win, lose or draw, the brand is saying that we can claim as our own and be happy about.
And that's also, I mean, when you look at a brand, I know you need to finish position to recruit, but when you're playing a brand, it becomes a recruiting tool as well, doesn't it? Because no one wants to look at a side that is just two-dimensional.
No.
You've got to be more than that, and the fact that you're bringing that to a club that really hasn't played that style of footy for a long, long time is really important. And you must be pretty happy about that. No matter where you finish, it's your ability to have been able to do that. You'd be happy with that.
Yeah, well, that's a metric as a coach, isn't it, Davo? Can you implement a game style and a game plan that the boys can follow? So, definitely happy with that. And it's the boys got on board, and it's good. It's just hopefully on a day like today when the pressure's on, and again you can do it. Sometimes it's easy when you're winning, and it's easy against some lower sides. But to pop up and do it today when it matters, and you got eyes on you, that's when it really matters.
I was actually going to ask about the experience as playing coach this time around. Do you feel like your first year as playing coach last year held you in good stead heading into this coming season?
Yeah, I think to Davo's point about form and stuff, I think last year I was so concerned about making sure I was pushing back defensively and just building the trust with the boys, whereas this year I've been able to trust them a lot more, like Liam Walter and Spencer Lamb down back, and just focus a bit more on getting it between the arcs and helping us get it forward as well. So definitely learning game by game. I think no different to how you coach the players. As I said, you've got to assess yourself and go, is getting 4 or 5 touches down back more beneficial, or is getting 4 or 5 up through the centre corridor more beneficial, and then sort out what's actually going to help the team. So
absolutely. And just one final one, the division overall, because from the outside it seems pretty even in that top 5. What have you made of it as a coach so far this year?
I think Doncaster are fantastic. Like, I think Doncaster next year, they've got an awesome launching pad to really compete and turn it up. So I don't think it is as uneven as people think it is. They can get them on their day, and we might be relying on Doncaster next week to help us out. So shout out to the Doncaster boys. But they'll, and they're another one with when the points come down, they're in a beautiful spot to recruit. There's stability, and it's they're fine. So I said that to their coaches last time we played. I said, you guys, next year will be so fine and ready to go. So it'll even up a bit more, and I know Ray liked to call us the best of the rest, which
he's watching for China, I reckon.
Ray can talk.
the best of the rest killed me, Ray, when I heard that. I nearly printed that up and put it around the club rooms and said, boys, this is what they think of us. We're sitting fifth and we're the best of the rest. So, it's a good opportunity here to come out and just show that, we can compete with the top four. Like, that's the goal of any club. You want to compete with the top four. So, a win against Fair Park and a draw with Warrandyte. But, again, I'm 0-4 against Chirnside, so I need that.
Today's the day.
Today's the day. Today's the day. We'll wait and see how that goes. But we better let you go, Damien, because you're a busy man. And we appreciate the time you've given, and good luck today. It's fantastic to be out here at Kilsyth as well.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
Thanks there to Damien Murray for joining us in the build-up to this game, and he's going to play a key role today. He's been a consistent contributor this season. Has Damien Murray across their halfback and midfield line, Jared?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how they line up against Chirnside Park. I think, as he said, sort of the main danger is those forwards clunking those marks. They do need to bring it to ground, and they do need to be able to trust in players like Spencer Lamb and Liam Walter to rebound it from defence effectively once they've actually brought it to ground.
I got his phone.
Not a good start for that.
But if you, back on that topic we were just talking about, we'll be seeing a lot of marks coming from Kilsyth's defensive 50, and what we've just heard is that's how they've been scoring, because it comes off the halfback. I think Jacob Musetti, I think that's who he was talking about, referencing. He might come off the halfback, but obviously the last couple of weeks he's been playing in the midfield. So
I think it's going to be Drew Sells is going to be probably the prime mover down there,
and maybe himself. Like, I know he is a winger, he is a winger, but all wingers can play up forward. They can even push down back. So, and he's got a very good foot too. So I'll be interested to see how they're going to be. And that's crazy stat too, that he's 0-4 now against Chirnside.
I was going to say, I think it's like they've lost their last 6 against Chirnside Park. So their last time they won was actually out here back in round 1 of 2024, and they won by a point out here at Pinks. So
low scoring game too. Yeah. So, but it should be a really good game. Just hearing what both coaches are going to do, but again, it comes to the players. They're on the ground to support them, but we'll see how it goes.
I think that what I was impressed with then, and again, it's like anything, you can listen to coaches, and I'm not saying anything against Vickers because he spoke very well too. Really impressed with Damo. Really impressed with his knowledge of the game.
Yep.
Well, he's been around.
I know that. It's all right. We can all. Yeah, you can be around anywhere, but he's able to also speak about the knowledge of the game and how it needs to be played now really well. And he's coaching a 4th Division club, and I really like the fact that they've got some decent players out, because it seems to me that some of the young guys that are coming in, he's really teaching them the right things. And if that's the style of football that he wants to bring in, and they're practicing and working on it, they're going to be better because of it. And, I'm very impressed with the way he spoke, just like I was really impressed with Warrandyte's coach.
Whitling,
He was outstanding in the way he spoke. I mean, there's traditional old style, and I think we're finding now when we're talking about coaches, we're getting a lot of younger coaches who've got really good knowledge about the way the game needs to be played.
Yeah, and that's why Division 4 is such an even competition as it has been, as even as it ever has been this past season, and we're looking forward to seeing these two sides today, Lee.
Just wondering, Davo, like pretty much all the coaches have to go through the coaching courses, like level 1 coaching, all those sort of things. Like, would any of those... Would that have adapted itself over the years, those coaching courses, to add to that?
I think nothing against level 1. Level 1 you have to get, and it's not very hard to get.
Yeah.
Level 2 asks you to do a little bit more. You've got to do a little bit more with regards to what you plan. Level 3 is obviously much harder, but it's more an intensive program. And then level 4 is only now for your VFL coaches upwards. But it does help. But I think it just helps if you've been around people that you can have discussions with and you listen. One of the important things about, coaching is your ability to listen. I think I've learnt more about coaching in the last 3 years than what I have ever.
Yeah.
And my ability now, I think I would be a better coach now than what I was 25 years ago, because the game's different. And you coached a different way, whereas now it's this connection piece, so the ability to connect with players. The teaching aspect of it is far different, and players are more accepting of that as well. So I think if you can get coaches that are able to do that, and we listen to Damo, we listen to Jake, we listen to a lot of the other coaches that we've had, we hear that all the time. You know, Paris Harvey has learnt.
He has, yeah.
He's gone from being where he was 10 years ago to where he is at the moment. Matty Price has learnt, what he's able to do. And then you get your people that have come from the top level who are bringing things back to the... Brett Johnson comes back to the association, and what he talks about is high level, but gee whiz, hasn't he brought it into the right way? So he's been fantastic. Fantastic.
He has been. We're going to go to our first break here. When we return, there's been plenty of news going around the traps in the AFNL. We're going to discuss some of that and some of the games around the grounds taking place in the eastern suburbs.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Pinks Reserve for this Eastland match of the round. The final start now for the Cougars as they face Chirnside Park in a 3rd versus 5th Division 4 clash out here at the home of the Division 1 Grand Final and 3 other Division 1 finals in season 2026. Josh Ward here alongside Blake Tennant, Brett Davidson, Jared Beanland to join us shortly. But as I mentioned, there's been a fair bit of news and a lot of coaching re-signings, coaches being signed on by certain clubs. So I figured we We might change tack because we already talk about some of the games around the grounds enough. We've already done that. We already talk about them enough, don't we, Dave? I reckon.
Yeah, we give most teams a reasonable go. I think we probably need to apologise. Do we have to apologise to the Basin? We mentioned them yesterday. I don't think we mentioned them a lot.
No, you mentioned them. I was listening.
I think we only briefly mentioned Whitehorse Pioneers and the Basin.
Yes.
Well, the Basin will win that game quite convincingly, I reckon.
think so as well. As Jared Beanland rejoins us. It is a mad dash, and unfortunately the only toilets that are around here are on the far side. We're normally over there, but they've got a function today due to the Kilsyth. But we still get a pretty decent view on the camera, and you might be able to see it on your bottom right corner. It's a fantastic view of the mountains,
yes.
and
they're all about that.
And the fantastic pavilion out here at Pinks Reserve, which looks pretty busy as well. But
I do remember Ray in the grand final last year going on about the view that he had.
Well, he was next to me. Next to me. I actually said to him, Ray, let's go over here. And then he talked. I still remember the day, and I know we're talking. This is off topic here, but he talked about a win. There was no win. So I'm sorry, Ray, but yeah.
Anyway, but of course, let's touch on some of the coach signings, actually. And I do want to start off with Premier Division, of course. I think it was Thursday or the last couple of days that it was announced that a champion of the Noble Park Football Club, Kyle Martin, has been appointed the coach of the Bulls across 2027 and 2028 as well. What do you make of that move, Davo? Because he's come back to Noble Park this year as a senior assistant after, I think it was a playing assistant with Springvale Districts the year before, and is now taking on the head coaching role in place of Steve Hughes next year.
Well, you probably couldn't get a more decorated player to be your senior coach. I mean, plus he's been in, got to remember, he's not just been in our system, he's been in the AFL system for a couple of years at Collingwood.
Yep.
He would have learnt a fair bit there. His ability to be able to play big games at big times in big moments was well known. He'll be tremendous, but it'll be like anything. It's when you take on your first coaching job, it's not just. I mean, it's a big job. If he surrounds himself with some really good assistants, whether they are playing or non-playing, that will help him. And he's also got a big task because Noble Park are either going to be coming from the very bottom of Premier, or they're going to be starting in Division 1. So there's one of those choices, and either one is going to be a huge challenge for him, but I think he's the sort of man that can take the challenge.
To be honest, I think this is the most obvious coaching change in my opinion. I thought ever since Steve Hughes stepped down, I'm like, I think we all know who's going to do it. And you talk about the playing assistant coach, and this was touched on about in the local leader, and it's out now, so I can say it. But it looks like Adam Trelaw might be joining the Bulls next year as a playing assistant coach. So that's two great minds I think alike. I think right there. So great to see if nothing's confirmed yet, but it was just on the local leader, so I'm the recruiting person there. But I think it's a great sign for Noble Park, and it's been a long time coming as well. It's great seeing homegrown talent players that have been tremendous at your club, and they're now coaching your club too. So, and he's a 3-time premiership player at that club too, which is great to see.
And I think you got also looked at Trelaw's there under 17.5.
Yes, playing against Montrose tomorrow.
So look, he's giving back to the club. I've also heard that there's potential for other AFL retiring players to maybe come across and be part of that coaching group. That's if they do retire, but there's one with a fairly well-known name called, let's just say his first name's Steele, so I think everybody may know what his second name is.
I got a decent clue.
Who's that, Josh?
I'm not. I think we best keep it at Steele.
So, they look like they're going, but they're going to need to do a lot of work. Don't get me wrong. It's all right to say you've got a great coach. And he is going to be a great coach. They've got a lot of work to do, particularly if it doesn't matter whether they're in First Division or they are in Prem. They've got a lot of work to do, and he'll know that, but he'll have connections. I'm sure he's already probably talked to a number of people to get them on board. you have someone like Treloar, he's certainly going to be a reasonably handy acquisition on the ground as well.
Yeah. Just one of the comment on a side note. Just one of the comments on the live stream actually from our good mate Ned. He's on a coaching gig. He's asked you to send in your resume, Dave, for the Croydon North M-Lock job.
Actually, well, it says Davo, but is it our Davo or is it just some other round?
Have you coached them?
No, there'd be one of the few clubs I have.
I was waiting to get that one.
There'll still be blokes there you've coached
and when I look at it, I'm trying to think. They've got blue. I'm trying to think how many clubs I've coached that have had blue in their jumper. I haven't had
definitely a lot of gold that you coached, Dave.
Yeah, you've coached purple. I say purple and blue similar.
I got in there. I was pretty happy with that.
That actually wasn't too bad. But of course, the other new signing that was announced yesterday afternoon, just after we finished recording the Final Word podcast, and it's Oakley District's new coach, and what a person they've brought in for the job, Dave. Nick Batsanis, who helped guide Templestowe to a Division 2 grand final last year. It's not bad bringing across someone of his calibre to Oakley District.
Well, they had a similar. They had a sugar hit with Blake Pearson.
Yeah.
They brought him in because his brother. I mean, when I say sugar hit, it wasn't out of nowhere. His brother was playing at the club.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he went across to help, and he did a fantastic job in steadying the ship. Being able to get them to go forward because they were going backwards pretty quickly. And Batsanis, look, we forget a couple of things. One, his coaching record was great, but he was a great captain as well.
Yeah.
You know, a premiership captain.
At Doncaster East.
East. We all know that last year was disappointing, but he's lost, not like he lost the grand final by 15 goals. They lost by what?
A kick.
Literally a point.
A point. So he did really well with a good side. He's a very, very, very good coach. And this is a great appointment. He'll have tremendous connections. I'm hoping he's there for more than 1 year.
Fingers
hope
crossed,
it's a 2-year appointment. And they look at it again pretty quickly because he's got that infectious enthusiasm as well as the smarts to be able to go on and take a club somewhere. And I think it's a brilliant job that they've done at Oakley District to get an appointment. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going.
Well, it's been kind of a down year for Oakley District, of course. Blake Pearson joined them just after they got relegated from Division 2. They hit Division 3. Hopefully it's going to be a similar story for them because they did make finals in Div 3 for a couple of years after that relegation. And now they just need some bolstering. Nick Batsanis sounds like he's probably going to be the right guy to do it once they hit Div 4. I think they'll be competitive come next year.
Definitely. They'll be like... I say this right now. I think Warrandyte at this point will be, the premiers. That's just what I reckon. And obviously hasn't happened yet. But you would think that they would be right in the mix, and they want to go straight back up. It looks like it as well. And as you mentioned, Davo, the recruiting space is going to be pretty big. I would think as well. And you got to ask those questions. How many blokes from Templestowe? He's got. There, he's got Donny East. He's got a lot of people that he can try and bring across, and again, they want to go straight back up.
I think he's got quite a few connections to the Southern Footy League as well. So I don't think it's just in the Eastern. And being Oakley Districts, there's that connection to that area.
Clubs like Clayton, Dingley, sort of stuff.
So I think he'll be very active. And the beauty of him, as I said, he's a great person. So when he goes into recruiting and he sits down there, he's easy to talk to, and players believe in him really quickly. So I think
they're in a great spot. I reckon.
Yeah, they are in a good spot.
Even though this year has been an average year, they've had 2 relegations in 2 to 3 years, I think it is.
I think 4 or 5.
Yeah, so I'm sure they can find themselves up and get back to playing finals like they did 2 years ago. So they're in a good spot.
Well, they've got good top-end talent. Guys like Simon Black, and it'll be interesting to see if he goes on. But Cam Hansen's a former Div 1 player in the Southern League as well, and there's some others in there as well. I'm not too sure if guys like Luke Potts, I should say, Connor Cochran hang around. But if they do, then the only way is up for Oakley District if they're able to keep their list together. Of course, there was a departure announced last night. This is very surprising for for us in particular, Blake, it's that Brendan Allen is set to leave South Croydon at the end of the season, and we were down there to speak with Dano King ahead of his 350, and then he was seemed very happy. Did
he did, and I was like, I think it was late Saturday last night too that he stepped down. So it was a shock. It was a massive. I think it was a big shock. He's taken him to the finals every year since coming aboard in 2024, I believe. That he came on board, and realistically took him to 2 semi-finals as well.
Yeah.
And they lost to. They weren't like the sides that they were playing against were heavily favourites going into the game. So he definitely took nothing. You can say nothing about it because they were really solid. But I was shocked, and he was very positive during that review that we had. He wanted to be there, it sounded like, but obviously you don't know what goes inside.
He threw you under the bus in that review as
he
well.
He did throw me under the bus. So about a particular card incident, but I was really shocked. But South Croydon, I feel like they can find a really good coach, and I know, for example, there's I can say a few names here. Ben Wheat, he's been around the system.
Yeah.
He spent time at Box Hill as a development coach. He's the assistant coach right now. They've also got there's a couple there's two others. I forgot their names as well. They can do it. Michael Zippy King. He's an assistant coach, so he could put his hand up. I don't think he will, but there's a couple. But I think they can definitely find a really good high profile coach.
Would they consider an average footballer like Liam Shields to take the role?
Wouldn't that be something? Yeah,
because there's something that they've got someone there that maybe he might have a job outside.
I think he's working with North Melbourne recruiting stages, so I don't know. Yeah, but again, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Yeah.
I mean, they've got enough people around who could take the job, but then you've just got to sit there and go, well, what are they looking for? Why is it that they're in the position they're in? What do they need to go forward? For me, it's depth.
Yeah.
Their depth has always been their issue. I don't think they've been as strong in their 2s and 19s as what they have been. So I think that's an area that they need to improve in. But they've certainly got enough talent. Yeah. And I don't think it's anything against Brendan's coaching, because apart from winning a flag, he'd be nearly one of the most successful coaches in the last 10 years when it comes to getting teams into finals. I think he got Blackburn into finals every year.
Grand final in 2019.
And he got South Croydon into finals every year except for this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's pretty fair. Their depth is okay. Their reserves are sitting 7th at the moment, and their 19s.
Yeah, well, that's what Dano King touched on as well, that they're on the brink of playing finals too. So, look, if you get rid of the depth, their senior side's okay. Obviously, Sheridan's a big loss. We know what happened there, but
fingers crossed.
And I hope it's sounding like it might be the last, unfortunately, due to his history, which is really disappointing and sad to hear that he'll be missing a lot. So, but I think they can definitely recruit. Look what they've recruited. They've recruited Anthony Scott. When he came into the side, he was getting best ons for fun in that South Croydon team. So they've definitely got a lot. But again, it's going to be hard to, because obviously you've heavily got to recruit the junior club. It's not
the
great.
strongest.
I'm talking premier clubs as well, so I'm sure they can find something. I think they're in a good spot to find a high-profile coach that can get them through.
They certainly are, given they've been able to stay in Premier Division for a fair while now and be competitive and even win a flag nearly 10 years
I think
ago.
it was they won the flag in 2009, so I think they've been in there for almost 20 years now. So
it's a pretty good effort. Of course, there have been several re-signings as well, which we won't discuss too much. So why don't we have a look at some of the important games taking place around the grounds? We'll start with Premier. We touched on a fair bit yesterday, Davo. Baldwin, Doncaster East and Berwick Roval. The Hawks do regain some troops. Baldwin obviously regained Jared Liner for their game against Doncaster East too. I think you've tipped them for that game. Blake, I'm pretty sure you've tipped Baldwin as well. But I do think it'll be quite interesting if they do get over the line and you two are right.
I just think, if you have a look at the history of these two sides and how many times they've played against each other, I actually think Baldwin has maybe won 3 or 4 against them. Is that correct? I didn't do that. That's the only bit of homework I didn't do, unfortunately.
No, I didn't do that bit of homework either.
But I think they've actually got the wood over Doncaster East, and I think they just get up for every time they play against Doncaster East, and I'm sure they can do it down here. And I actually listened to you as well, as Fico said. I actually listened too, and I sort of agree. We need to give a little bit more to Bowen Smith, because I think he's the key to if Bowen, and that win last week, right? They were down by 29 points. 9 goals in a quarter. That shows to me that they've still got the hunger. I still think, and I was listening in as well, you haven't put them in your finals. Don't rule out the champs. That's all I'm just saying. Don't rule them out just yet, because if they win this, I think it's going to go a long way.
It will. They do need other games to go their way, other results to go their way.
Berwick and Roval will be an interesting one.
For sure.
They'll want to be Roval fans, I think, Bowen, for that. But, yeah,
absolutely. I think for mine, Doncaster East, Bowen, it's two different sides this year compared to previous years. I think without Alexander Urban, I think they might struggle in the midfield with the how well Owens is going. O'Brien's had a good year. Darcy Jones-Hughes is there as well. They're going to have to concede the fact that they can't stop Shaki. It's a bridge too far for a Bowen side that has been getting the continuity that they've been lacking throughout a lot of the season. However, I think it's different years. Doncaster East is showing a bit of a different character this year than previous seasons.
And I agree. I don't disagree with that. But I think what we've seen is that Bowen had a huge amount of players out early.
They
huge. And if you have a look at the ones that have come back recently and have started to slot in, Tilly has come back in and started to slot in and kick goals. Schreiber's come back in. They've got other players. Bowen Smith has come back in. They suddenly look a little bit more like the Bowen that we've seen in the past. They've still got Urban out, don't get me wrong, and he's a huge gap because he was the only one keeping them in games for a long time. I just think that we talk about Bowen too much on the past a little bit on against what we're seeing at the moment, and I think that 9-goal burst last week just said to me that there's a little bit there for them to click into, and it's nothing against Donny East because I think they've been super consistent this year compared with the past, but I just think Bowen are a real chance this week.
And just on that Bowen Doncaster East, I just had a quick look then. Bowen have won 5 in a row against Doncaster East.
Handy record.
Since 2024. So
very handy.
That's a pretty strong record, I would say. So that's part of the reason why I tipped Bowen. And I saw you celebrating yesterday on the podcast, which is great to see. But I think the Tigers get the job done. And I think Berwick, unfortunately, I've got them losing the Roval, even though Roval do have a few out, and I think we've got to say it as well, and we'll say it again, but Mav Taylor, I hope you're doing well, mate, because it was a nasty injury, and we hope that you're fine and you've recovered well, and it looks like Kilsyth
That's all square.
It's
all square. 33 apiece. 3 minutes left in the last quarter.
Quite a bit of noise coming from the grandstands, which is really good to hear for a reserves game.
It's a side.
The intensity is lifting.
I think it's the Siders function.
Synthers function. I think it's their code of
all I can say, last home game they've started reasonably early. That's all I can say. It could be a very noisy afternoon.
Wonderful.
I was going to say, at least it's not an early kickoff out here at Pinks Reserve. But just quickly, Berwick against Roval. Berwick against Roval out at Edwin Flack. I think Roval get the job done.
Roval for me.
I think they'll bounce back from last week. They were really average last week, but against a very, very good side.
Josh Clark is a massive end.
I was about to say that.
He just popped up then. He wasn't listed on Friday playing Ducks and Drapes too.
No, he was listed, Josh.
He wasn't. He wasn't listed when I had a look.
When I saw it at 5 p.m, he was there on Roval's team sheet that they had.
Just preparing your tips that late as well, because I've heard you have a habit of putting in your tips that late.
I need to find out who's playing and who's not playing. That's how I do it, Josh. Probably why I'm on top. And
anyway, on that note, we might go.
Actually, just before we go to a break, very quickly, we ran into speaking Davo and I were talking to Aaron Burt earlier. This is just a bit of a callback for us in off air, and he mentioned that his dad, Aaron and Adrian, they're over in Bali at the moment. I had a message from Chris Leslie, Xavier Leslie's dad, asking for a shout out because he's in Bali as well. So.
Well, I'm going to say Xavier Leslie is a fan of the show as well.
He's always a fan.
He took that mark last year.
Yeah, he did. Same matchup as well.
So hopefully you guys can get the front row seat.
We'll be on
that one too.
Fingers crossed. Well, we're going to go to one last break here, and when we return, the call team will assemble for this Division 4 Eastland match of the round, Kilsyth against Chirnside Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pink's Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. The reserves run and done, and in a thriller out here, Chirnside Park kicked a goal in the final minute of final 30 seconds even of this contest to get over the line against Kilsyth. 6-3-39 to an inaccurate Cougars, 4-9-33 out here. In what could be a good precursor ahead of the seniors contest, the umpires are already out onto the field. Neither side, or Chirnside Park, are now running out onto the field as well, wearing their traditional clash strip. Josh Wood here alongside Jared Bainland in the caller's chair, and we were saying off air, both coaches spoke really well in the pre-game, and we're looking forward to seeing what they have implemented in today's contest as well.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and they gave us some stuff to look out for, which I'm really I'm really keen to see sort of how all that manifests when we actually see the game play out. It's a lot to sort of keep track of, and that's really exciting. One thing that's really encouraging me as well is the amount of noise that was being made for the reserves game, and so now with the seniors coming up, hopefully it's going to be a tight close contest because both crowds are getting behind their sides today. And I'm very keen to feel what the atmosphere is going to be in this. Damien Murray said it. They've been playing a finals series for the past few weeks. So this is a finals-like game, and I'm sure Chirnside Park will be treating it that way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As they're running in front of us right now, and we've got a great view of the ground out here at Pinks Reserve. As we mentioned before, we're on the other side. Last year for Division 1 finals, we were over on... the broadcast was positioned in that fantastic new pavilion. But as you mentioned, it was a vocal crowd led by the function up there. I think it's their coterie group, the synthers that are having a function. What is their last home game of the season as well, Kilsyth, ahead of maybe a final series. It will be a final series for at least their reserves this season, which is great to see for them as they're still getting addressed by their coach. But Brett Davidson is also joining us as well, and it was a great discussion pre-game as well ahead of this massive contest.
Yeah, it was. It was really good. I really enjoyed the fact that... and then one of the things that we've been really good this year, being on I'm not really a call team. I'm the part of the +1. I feel like I'm at a wedding half the time. I'm the +1 to the call team. But yeah, I mean, one of the things is that we've had some great discussions about footy and about what's happening within the league. And again, looking at the coaching was really good. Today, just looking forward to seeing how clubs respond to what is, I think, a mini-final. This really is a mini-final.
It is, yeah.
So I think I'm just interested to see style. I'm interested to see how they work together, what's happening. I've been critical of Chirnside Park this year. There's been no doubt about that. About their, I suppose, lack of dare and lack of spark. They've been, for me, a little bit not boring, but they haven't had a lot of spark about them. Kilsyth, I want to see how they're responding to key outs and what they're able to bring if they're going to potentially play in the finals. So, I think it's really, because we've seen Warrandyte and we've seen Bulleen Temp in the last couple of weeks, and we've seen what the standard really is.
Yeah.
You know, they have set the standard, and let's see what these two are like and whether we think, by what they produce today, are they able to be that team that competes against and pushes and challenges those teams who we think are pretty good.
I guess we'll find out. As the toss was just done, it looked like Damien Murray did point to the right of the broadcast, or to the Canterbury Road end of Pinks Reserve, and that will be the end that Kilsyth will be kicking towards. Chirnside Park to the left, or to the Sports Centre end of the ground, which is absolutely packed in terms of parking. I've struggled to find a park out there earlier today, and that was only at 11:30, 11:45. As we might cross down...
It was packed by 9 o'clock this morning, and Davo said on the way in, Liverpool Road itself was packed.
Yep.
There's thousands of cars here.
We might cross down Boundary Side, actually, but it looks like, Ryan Long and Blake Tennant don't even have their headsets on. Our illustrious leader, he's in great form to start today.
That's a fine.
I think so as well.
All around.
I think so, but he is ready now as our illustrious leader, Ryan Long. How are conditions down there on ground level?
Oh, thanks, Josh. Yeah, no, a little bit blustery, but it's not too bad. We'll certainly see how this first quarter plays out. I actually missed a coin toss, so I'm off to a great start. Hopefully one of you guys caught that on which side will be kicking this which way. In terms of a tip today, I've gone with Chirnside Park. A lot on the line for both sides, obviously, with a final spot for Kilsyth potentially, and the double chance up for grabs to Chirnside. Just think Chirnside Park in a close one. They've got the wood over Kilsyth, as you mentioned, so Chirnside for me.
Blakey, your tip for this contest as well? As we might be. There we go. There we go. Great start for you as well.
You guys have got me. Yeah, no, I think Chirnside win this game as well. 6-0 against Kilsyth here today in the last 6 games. So I think Chirnside get the job done, and I think quite comfortably as well.
Yeah, I've got Chirnside in this game as well. Jared, who do you have in this contest? There's a lot riding on it, as mentioned, for Kilsyth, but they're going up against the quality Chirnside Park side.
Look, I've been vacillating between the two. I think I really trust Kilsyth's ability to grit down and create a contest, make it a bit of a scrap. But I think the smart pick is Chirnside Park, not just because of the record, but because of their forward line. They've got so many weapons down there that will be able to put the pain on Kilsyth if they're not able to defend. And we're about to get underway, and it's Josh Ward to take us away in this first quarter.
And it is Kilsyth kicking to the left of the broadcast. Chirnside Park to the right as Camden won that tap down. Read best, though, by James McManus, who's got a running player behind the pack. Davo, your tip for this contest as well?
I originally was going for Kilsyth. I'm going to stick with Chirnside Park, but I think it's going to be pretty close, and I agree forward line's going to be the key.
As Reynolds absolutely thumps that forward. It's picked off here by Spencer Lamb. Dances his way past one. Handball away will reach Drew Sells. Sells goes backwards where his teammates built it. In fact, that was Spencer Lamb. Ficcarelli around this footy. It's Lachlan McGee who's got Chaz Clavan in a paddock. Missing to the left. So the first blemish of today goes in favour of Chirnside Park. They're one behind Kilsyth, yet to score after 45 seconds, Jared.
Well, so very quick ball movement down the ground by Chirnside Park. Hopefully putting the fear into the Kilsyth defenders to lock that up. The ball taking a while to get back to Jackson Weatherall, massive recruit for this year. Has had a couple of interrupted years, unfortunately, as he played for Eltham. Now come across and getting a much more full run at it.
For a man that's not the tallest, he's got one of the most powerful left boots, Jared.
And there it is again. Great grab taken from behind by Spence. Had no right to it. They're going to play on through hands immediately. Just missed the handball to Elliott, however. Chirnside Park able to recover it. Kicks it towards the forward line. Just spilt it over, did Swift. And it's going to be a ball up.
I like that. I like that way they try to transition the ball. They made a mistake, but it's good to watch.
Absolutely. They definitely have the endeavour today, Kilsyth, if that's anything to go by. And it's fallen for Castledine immediately. His flying shot towards goal. Intercepted by Kilsyth. They're going to try and play on quickly. Drew Sells has the mark. Consummate ball mover for Kilsyth. gives Ficcarelli the stiff arm. Hands it out to Weatherall. Keeps it low. Too low, in fact, for that was Declan Lamb. Hands it off. The tackle's been laid, and it'll be a ball up. Chirnside Park able to halt Kilsyth's run.
Between wing and half forward for the Panthers on the far side or the pavilion side of Pink's Reserve as umpire prepares himself to toss this ball back into play. Reynolds and Camden moving into position. A good tussle there as Reynolds won it down, and it'll dribble over the boundary line for another boundary throw in, this time in the left forward pocket. He's got a decent fist on him, Dermot Reynolds. That'll be interesting to see how much that favours him today. Of course, the former Croydon, the former Moorbark man, and did make a name for himself at the Mustangs a couple of years back as well, as he'll go up in this ruck contest. Camden won it down. Murray's around this. Not going anywhere, though.
He's got a bit of the Drapers about him, hasn't he?
He does.
With the haircut and just, attacking everything at full ball.
As Castledine won that down. Looks like he's bleached his hair, Trent Castledine, since the last time we saw Chirnside Park, actually, which came in round one against Fair Park, as he'll go up once again in this ruck contest. Camden from behind. McManus trying to bustle his way through. Got the handball away to Clevant, but he was out of bounds. So another boundary throw-in in the left forward pocket for Chirnside Park. They've had most of the territory in the first 3.5 minutes of this Eastland match of the round. Third versus fifth in Division 4 this afternoon as Castledine got front position again. Camden from behind and getting his way out of trouble there is Bailey Ray. Goes down the line to the far side wing where it's easily intercepted, and there's an option in the middle of the ground. That's Xavier Leslie. Leslie has another advanced kick in Matthew King, who spilt it before he had it. Could open the door here for Jackson Weatherall, who comes running in. Decides to go off the deck, does Weatherall, and smartly get a handball away into Cullen Dawn, who goes inside forward 50. Van Oonen going up against Scott Downey. Good body work. Handballs it to Dawn. Dawn goes for goal. It drifts to the left. It'll be intercepted. It should be by Lachlan Hoy, who's under immediate pressure. The kick still managed to find its way to Aaron Bird, who goes short to Mitchell Skeen.
Skeen on his left, finds the wing. Chaz Clevant is the target, running up to meet it. There was Calcaterra as well. They move the ball down the ground to Ficcarelli, kicking half from goal. He weighs up his options and finds the diving Swift, who copped one late, and it's going to be a 25-metre penalty. That was very agricultural by Mitchell Jacobs.
Yeah, not necessary, but gee whiz, great movement, but as Damien spoke about before, that last kick inside 50 for Kilsyth, twice by the same player, missed targets. They're the ones that hurt because it's transitioned straight down. Nice transitioning from Chirnside Park to an easy mark from Swift.
Josh Swift for goal 60 of the year, goal 1 of the game. He's put it straight through the middle and get Chirnside Park off to the start they were looking for.
Yeah, look, he's been a very, very good footballer.
Yeah.
If you have a look at him, he's nearly kicked 1,000 goals in senior footy. So anyone's kicked nearly 1,000 goals has done okay with it.
Yeah, I was going to say, goal number 977 across his senior career as well, which is a damn good effort. I think originally played in the Gippsland region as well. So,
and I think one of the leagues, he kicked nearly 500 or 600 in one of the leagues over a number of years, so he's travelled a bit, but he's certainly been very handy this year.
Played for Yanar, played for Yaram as well.
As we go back up in the middle, Reynolds again another tap down, juggles it to Riley Bickford, who has a forward handball. There's a whistle blown, a throw paid against Dermot Reynolds. And it'll be a free kick to Kilsyth and to the playing coach and the skipper as well, and Damien Murray, as umpire blows the whistle to resume play. High start all across Pink's reserve as he gets called to play the ball to Machete. Machete to Jackson Weatherald, who has Murray as a handball option. They're under pressure though, are the Cougars. Murray nearly spilt it, still got it away to Weatherald, whose kick will be effective in the end after the Chirnside Park player overran it. Inside 50, Declan Lamb goes. Aaron Bird read it best and intercepted. Just one of the stalwarts of this Chirnside Park side. Closing in on 150 senior games as well. More than 300 games with the Panthers, as that's a good kick to Chaz Clevant. Right in front of our centre wing broadcast side. He goes inboard to the Swift direction. Fell short of him, still picked it up cleanly. Inside 50, the kick will be intercepted by Mitch Jacobs.
And Jacobs plays on quickly. They've been doing that from the back line today. Have Kilsyth. Onto the wing it goes, trying to hunt it was Ray, withstands the tackle, able to pass it off. Weatherald in a bit of trouble, had to handball it backwards. Now they're under pressure, Kilsyth. They return the pressure through the tackle from Murray.
They were away then, Chirnside, if that tackle wasn't made. That was a good captain coach's tackle.
Reynolds got the tap down, read well by Kilsyth. Reynolds got it back though, over scrambly kick forward. Coming up to meet it was Brooklyn Lamb. Laying the tackle there is Declan Lamb on Calcaterra. Calcaterra got the free kick. The high contact was given by Declan. Towards the goal square, Swift presents, juggles the mark once, twice, doesn't need it thrice. Takes it cleanly.
So already that's got to be something they've got to look at. That they cannot afford to have Jacobs on him. He's not quick enough.
He's too slow, yeah.
And Swift has proven with his leading patterns that he's going to be able to, if he gets out in front, and he's generally a very, very good kick.
Well, this is going to be a headache for Kilsyth all day if they're not able to find the right matchup. Let's see if he's on target and can convert his opportunities. He's pushed it left this time. Oh, mark's been taken on the line. They needed to kill it. It's Castledine. No, it went over the line beforehand. So a bit of a let-off there for Kilsyth. It'll be Weatherald to bring it back in.
Welcome to the Commentators Curse Club, Davo.
Yes, that's all right. I've done pretty well this year. I've cursed a lot of people. I've done well.
Weatherald with that thumping left boot will be cut off here by Matthew Howard. Only his 6th senior game, his 4th or 3rd of season 2026, as he looks inside forward 50. Had Cannon as a handball received. Ocean Premaratne covering him as he goes long to the teeth of goal. Castledine spills it. Ficarelli's looming large around this. Applies the tackle on Drew Sells. And another ball up will take place. Left forward pocket for Chirnside Park. They lead 1-1-7 to Kilsyth, yet to score. Out here at Pink's reserve as Castledine won it down. Got the backwards handball to Clevant, who's had a few opportunities. Was tackled upon immediately by Drew Sells and Jackson Weatherald. So a bit of push and shove after that as umpire will toss this ball back up. Castledine again won it down. It'll bounce through for a behind, rush through. And it is Chirnside Park 1-8 to Kilsyth, yet to register after 9.5 minutes played in this first term.
Well, we know Kilsyth's defence is going to be in a bit of trouble if it comes in through kicks, but they've been able to lock it up. They've been able to show a good bit of gumption, while Chirnside Park have had a lot of the ball down in their forward line, and the Cougars have not let it slip through for a goal from stoppage or anything of the like. So Henschel has taken the mark on the half-back line. They've been trying to move it quickly. This time it's going to be along down the line. The standard kick. Chapman sets himself. Oh, just dropped a mark he probably should have taken. Under pressure now, but Weatherald was there to help out. Kicks it out in front now. And the mark's been taken by Tim Shepherdson. He's got Weatherald on the overlap. He's had plenty of the ball early. Good kick as well. Out in front, the mark was taken by Van Unen. Prolific goal kicker. Bit too far out to score for this one. Centers the ball beautifully, but it was just a little too hot. Went over the head of Lefebvre. And now Chirnside Park will be able to clear it up through Leslie and Burt. Aaron Burt in the back pocket, ordering the troops about. Pops one up over the top to Matthew King. Had an uncharacteristic fumble before. Tries to take them on. Had a bounce. Had 3 for company, but able to get the kick over the top to Sam Cannon. Chirnside Park just trying to spread laterally, but the kick was smothered. Pramaratne toes it off the deck to Elliott. Flying shot. The snap goes towards the goal square, but swallowed up easily enough by Leslie.
Goes to the far side of Pink's reserve because he's got a player running towards the footy, and that's Daniel Fielding. Now got Drew Sells for company, slapped it forward, and it favoured his teammate who tripped over himself, did Matthew Howard. Not going to be pinged, just a ball up. Right in front of the magnificent pavilion out here at Pink's Reserve. One of the better facilities, of course, as mentioned, have a function on today, and they'll certainly be vocal if it is a close contest as Reynolds slaps it forward, as he has done so far today, and Murray was taken high. Centering far side of Pink's Reserve. Right in front of the barbecue and the bar out here at Pink's Reserve, and shout out to the barbecue as well. They do make a pretty decent burger, which I had just before we came on, as Murray goes down the line to the right half-forward flank. From behind, Reynolds came. On the ground, Shepherdson handballed it away to Machete inside 50 with a great ball. And the mark's going to be paid to Max Lefebvre, who's put together a really good season coming across from Wandon in season 2025 and has been one of the leading goal kickers for season 2026 for the Cougars.
That was nice play there. No, and look, and so far when they've gone in high, and they've got no real big, tall marking options. So to lower the eyes to go in was a really good way of coming into this forward 50.
29 goals, one of the leading goal kickers, as mentioned, for Kilsyth. Comes in, fades to the left, but it's through. Max Lefebvre gets the first goal on the board for Kilsyth. They're 1 straight 6. The Panthers are 1-2-8 after 13 minutes played here in the first term.
That's an important one for Kilsyth. They've defended really well early on. Under a lot of pressure, the defence has been. They've tried to move the ball pretty well, and reward for effort. Just one for our boundary riders. There's a number 20 playing for Chirnside Park that we don't have on our team sheet. So,
could that be Matthew Howard?
I think Howard's 4-3.
So we'll see who that ends up being. I think they've taken to the wing for this contest as we're back up in the middle. Reynolds gets the tap down. It's come to McManus. Inside forward 50. Oh, he went the one hand, did Castledine. Had to go a little bit harder than that. Calcaterra was there. Got it back to Castledine. Handball was a little errant, and Kilsyth will be able to put the pressure on. Recover the ball. Oh, the forward pressure from Bickford was excellent. Tackled. Gives Lamb an opportunity. It's a scrap in the pocket. Murray is there, trying to make sure they're not going anywhere.
And also joining us, Emily Mackay. Welcome, Em.
Thanks for having me, guys. Sorry I'm a bit late, but we're here, and I'm excited to watch this game.
Happens to the best of us. So, Kilsyth able to, I was going to say rebound, but it's just trickled over the boundary line.
I was going to say, we've done it a few times this year as well across the board, so it's good to have you on for this match of the round, Em.
So back into play. Not a nil draw in the ruck contest, scrounging for it. The Kilsyth defence not able to bring it to the fore. It will be another ball up. We've gone 14 and a half minutes, 6-8. That's a Chirnside Park lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Reynolds went the dangerous boot, and Kilsyth will get the free kick. So trying to rebound from defence. They've had to do that a lot today, have the Cougars. Dab over the top to Shepherdson. No, it was Crosley that got front position instead. Little dab to Van Veen. And on the slow ball, Kilsyth have been able to move it pretty well, but charging out of defence and taking the mark with Sam Cannon. Sends it down the ground. Swift is onto it. Bouncing ball towards the boundary line. He's going to have to open up the angle or just take the snap from there. Swift! Beautiful goal!
What an absolutely beautiful passage of play there by Chirnside. That surge kick down straight into the forward line and that run and carry over the top. How good is that?
Yeah. A little bit stagnant, the ball movement from Kilsyth. Really opened the door for Sam Cannon to make that intercept. And it was just one kick and slam.
I'll tell you what, I'm liking their away jerseys, their Clash jerseys.
It's not bad, actually, and that's an early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day as well. I reckon for Josh Swift, goal number 2 on the board, already looming large as the Cougars extend their advantage back out to 8 points.
And they have to make a change. They cannot afford to have Jacobs on Swift. That's now his third opportunity to goal. He's kicked 2. They've got to make a change there.
Reynolds won the tap down with a big leap as well. And nearly disposed of it illegally was Damien Murray. Going to get a holding the man free kick after a ferocious tackle there by Chaz Clavant. Could have given away 25 as well, could Chaz. Again, such a key player, both of them in their midfield and across their back and forward lines as well. As Murray heads towards this broadcast side, the mark's going to be paid to Cullen Dawn despite the fact he juggled it. He has it right in front of us, centre wing on this broadcast side. As he heads inside forward 50 to the left forward pocket. Premaratne. That's going to be a mouthful today. He took the mark at the left half forward flank and is going to kick from just outside the 50-metre arc.
I reckon if you call him Premi, he'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, we'll stick with Premi. We'll stick with Premi, but we're going to have a great view of this shot for a player only in his 5th senior game as well, as he's got an option short. Poor marking from the Chirnside Park defence, but the kick was overcooked. Sent long by James McManus, who heads towards this broadcast side. Floating in from the side there is Bickford. Will pick up the ground ball, but immediately turn it over, although it's in dispute now. Bickford around this. Lachlan McGee as well tries to extract it out. He's going to get called to give the ball back to the umpire.
I like the idea from Premaratne, but the skill execution was not what it needed to be.
That's what we've talked about already, haven't we? Their execution going inside 50 has been really disappointing.
As Camden got a ruck infringement free kick, heads towards the hot spot where there's plenty of Chirnside Park plays. Nearly went over the top of Sam Cannon's head. He'll get this footy at the front of the pack and go down the line to Lachlan McGee, who took a sharp mark.
McGee searching for options, corridor ways. He's got a few options for the overlap, but just goes down the line over the head of Calcaterra. Bounces over the line.
What's really impressed me within the first couple of minutes of being here is Chirnside's ability just to run back and forward. Like their two-way running is absolutely incredible. It's why they're able to get that ball forward a little bit easier than Kilsyth.
So we're waiting on the boundary throw-in right in front of the Chirnside Park dugout. Reynolds was able to affect that, has to see it over the boundary line along with his opponent in Damien Murray.
So again, we've talked about that going into their forward 50 Kilsyth. They cannot afford to kick the ball high and long. They've got no tall targets in that area.
We're ticking towards time on. It's Chirnside Park 2-2-14. Kilsyth 1 straight 6 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. I think we're inevitably headed towards another boundary throw-in from that contest. Contest after contest for the past minute or so.
Murray's really got to think about holding his ground in this ruck contest, otherwise he's going to get absolutely destroyed.
Cassidy was there. Good tap there by, I think, Camden it was. Over the line it goes.
Certainly has a lot of promise, this Camden. Finished second in the Div 4 19s best and fairest last year.
Yeah, and he's been kicking quite a few goals in the reserves, I think, as well. 11 for the year. Crosley's there. Murray pushed off it. There's McGee. Comes up with the ball. Dangerous stuff here now, Chirnside Park. Calcaterra slapped it forward, but Ray was there to pick up the crumbs. Kilsyth will rebound. It's through Elliott. No mark taken down the line, however. Matt King there to pick it up, but Van Veen provides some good pressure. King's handball was in desperation towards the boundary line. Lefebvre was there. Elliott goes again. High tackle.
They're really going to have to utilise key forwards if they're going to be bombing the ball down like that, just like they have just before. Chirnside had 3 defenders sitting back there waiting for it, so it's a very high risk forward 50 entries.
Trent Elliott in game 112 over the top. Brilliant spoil by Leslie. However, it's going to be kicked forward for Kilsyth, but a bouncing ball doesn't go the right side of the post. And it will be just one behind. First blemish for Kilsyth, 1-1-7. Chirnside Park, 2-3-15. We have just gotten into time on here at Pink's Reserve.
That's what all their shots are going to be looking like, is that sort of that rush coming from contest sort of ball with the way they're set up at the moment.
It's Cannon with that cannon of a boot of his. Laces out Trent Castledine in the end. Handballs it immediately to Sam King, who goes long inside forward 50. Swift, the only target, went over the top of his head. And Ficarelli's out the back. He can get the handball receive and go for goal off the deck and miss. Jeez, that was electric play from Chirnside Park, from defence to attack in an instant. But it just results in a minor score, 2-4-16. The Panthers to Kilsyth, 1-1-7. As Jacko Weatherald, who had that shot before, is now on defensive kick-out duties and goes short here to Ryan Sylvie.
The playing coach's eyes lit up, but couldn't quite finish it off as the other playing coach today, Murray, gave and received the handball. His kick was spoiled, however, by Skane. Infringement, says the umpire. Bailey Ray will take the free kick. And now face the same conundrum that Kilsyth have faced all game. Where to kick it from here? Straight down the throat of Leslie is the not well-advised option, unfortunately. His kick will find the lead of Castledine. Has to take it on the bounce. Steps around an opponent in Henschel. Inside forward 50, go Chirnside Park once more. Good spoil by the Kilsyth defence. The whistle had gone as Matt King was about to line up an option. It's going to go the way of Kilsyth. And the Panthers captain has to give the ball back over to Weatherald, who spots up George. They're going to go the switch now, Kilsyth. Damien Murray was a loose man out on this side of the ground. Dabs it over the top. It's come to Walter. Searching and searching. And now a little stagnated, the Kilsyth ball movement, but he has found an option in Henschel. Keeps it low into the middle of the ground. Building and building. Bailey Ray sends it over the top. They continue to progress. Lefebvre. Inside forward 50. Van Unen's the option. Had a couple to contend with. Falls to ground. What can the Smalls do from here? Elliott, his kick was partially smothered. Bounces towards the line. And very happy to see it over was Aaron Burt.
I was really impressed with that passage of play. Really nice trigger kicks there from Kilsyth.
As Burt plays on through the middle, heads to Trent Castledine once again as that outlet from defence. He's got Sam King as an outlet on this far side wing. Went over the top of his head. Now under duress against 2 Kilsyth players, and it's Murray who mops up. Went the left foot kick off the deck, but it's to no favour of his teammates, although Trent Elliott applied good pressure. Spilled to Murray. Murray will get this ball back here from Ben Van Veen and be locked up right in front of his coach's box. And we'll have another ball up and right in front of the scoreboard, which reads Kilsyth 1-2-8, trailing Chirnside Park 2-4-16. You wouldn't think that this quarter would go too long with only the 3 goals kicked, although there have been a fair few stoppages as Hoy went up in ruck, won the tap down, was searching there for Daniel Fielding as the Panthers work it out really well through hands and getting the kick away is Skeen, fell short of his teammate. There in Sean Calcaterra, who applies the tackle alongside Skeen, and they escort Mitch Jacobs out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. So we've played 23 and a half minutes in this opening quarter. A tense affair out here at Pink's Reserve between the Cougars and the Panthers as this ball tossed back in. Tapped down one by Howard. Fielding tried to sell the candy on a couple of Kilsyth players, but sold himself into trouble and works his way out of it. Kicks it inside forward 50. Castledine was around this, as was Brooklyn Lamb. Wheels around, fades to the right and remains there for a minor score. 2-5-17 the Panthers to Kilsyth 1-8. Now 24 minutes gone.
And that's been the issue at the moment. Every time the ball goes inside the forward 50 of Chirnside, they look like they're going to score and they're dangerous.
Spencer Lamb will bring this back in. High praise from his coach in the pre-game. And kicks it to his coach. Thank you very much.
No wonder why he gets high praise.
And a bit of a limp there for Damien Murray. Hopefully nothing too worrying, but he will send it down the ground. The option was Camden, I suppose. Over the top came Mischetti as well. Camden does lay the tackle as it was Beckford who buried his way in.
Davo, it does look like a tale of two games, really. So we've got a lot of driving legs from Chirnside, which mean they're running, carrying the ball a lot more. Oh, Siren's just gone, boys. There you go.
Siren's gone. It's quarter time here at Pink's Reserve. Kilsyth 128, Chirnside Park 25-17. We'll be back to you with an interview with one of the coaches after this quarter time break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pink's Reserve, Eastland match of the round action, and it is Chirnside Park 25-17, leading Kilsyth 1-2. Josh Ward here, alongside Brett Davidson, Jared Bainland and Emily Mackay to join us once again shortly. Ryan Long and Blake Tennant on the boundary. Before we get into a coach's interview, we'll go around the grounds and start with Premier Division. A fast start for Doncaster East, 6-2-38, lead Balwyn 5 behinds, as it is for South Belgrave as well. They lead East Ringwood 4-2-26 to the Roos 2-5-17. Blackburn 3-5-23, lead Noble Park 2 behinds. Berwick 2 straight 12, lead Roval 1-2-8, and Vermont 4-4-28, lead South Croydon 1 straight 6. Dropping down into Division 1, and Montana South 2-1-13, lead Bayswater 1-1-7. Mitcham 3-4-22, lead Montrose 1-3-9. Norwood are up on Beaconsfield 4-3-27 to the Eagles 3 straight 18. Boronia 1-3-9, Trail Park Orchards 4-2-26, and North Ringwood 1 straight 6. Trail Mooroolbark 3-2-20 out of Quamby Reserve as well. So their minor premiership aspirations slipping from their grasp as well, and they'll the top of the table, Surrey Park Panthers in Division 2, they trail against Lilydale 4-1-25 to the Panthers 1-3-9. Ringwood 2-8-20 lead Scoresby 1 straight 6. East Burwood 2-4-16 lead Heathmont 2-3-15. Mulgrave 3-3-21 lead Croydon 1-4-10, and the Waverley Blues 4-5-29 lead Templestowe 2-2-14 out at Mount Waverley Reserve. So the surprises never cease in the AFNL. In Division 3, Donvale and Knox are locked up at 4-3-27 apiece. Whitehorse Pioneers 2-1-13 trail the Basin 5-5-35. Sylvan 10-4-64 have held Oakley District scoreless so far as well out at Princess Highway Reserve, and Upper Ferntree Gully 2-6-18 lead Ferntree Gully 1-1-7 in that game. Out at Wally 2 Reserve, of course, the Ferntree Gully Derby. And then in Division 4, no update from Forest Hill Warrandyte. Balleen Templestowe and Fair Park locked up at 4-2-26 apiece, and Doncaster 5-7-37 lead Nutter Whiting 2 behind. So I reckon we're going to go to the Kilsyth huddle with Big Blake Tennant, who was getting first-class treatment. He was even getting a water bottle from their water carrier.
Just quickly, I do have Damien Murray, and he's going to be short and sharp. Just one. How do you see this? How did you see that quarter there, Damo? Just quickly.
Yeah, not too bad actually. I think we moved it pretty well. We just got to be careful. Obviously, going into the breeze, I reckon we played a bit too much corridor and kind of lobbed a few kicks into the corridor. But the run and carry game's looking good. Basically, the way we played that quarter, replicate it this quarter with that breeze, and we should be fine. And then next time into the breeze, be a bit smarter and play a bit more boundary.
No worries, cheers.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant. Great
Short
to get,
and sharp.
Yeah, I was going to say, but still great to get access from a playing coach as well, and who's moving his way into the middle.
He's the one who mentioned it to me, and I just said, short, let's do it short and sharp.
Absolutely.
He's obviously had a fair bit to say, though, during the huddle, because he was out of breath. Wasn't he?
He did very well, but they would have burnt a lot of energy as well with Damien Murray and Justin Ficarelli and all the coaches in that first term. I would again throw down to Ryan Long, but he doesn't have his headset on at the moment. We'll cross down to him as soon as possible. But how much is the breeze a factor, Blake? We'll throw it back down to you.
Yeah, it's sort of coming down to where we are in the van. I'm not sure how you guys are seeing it in the van there too, but yeah, it's sort of coming to the south, I would say. But it will be going as well to the right. But as Ray Baird said in the grand final last year, when there was no wind, there actually is wind today. So there you go.
Bit of a northeaster.
So back into it we will be for the second quarter here from Pink's Reserve. Camden does get the tap, stolen away by Bailey Ray. Just had it intercepted briefly, and the tackle was laid. We'll get another ball up.
I thought he was good first quarter. He did some good things in the middle.
Definitely. He's one of those main players if they were looking for run and drive. We will get the ball up again. Camden goes up again against Reynolds. Nil-all draw. Nearly stolen away by Skeen. Then goes Ray again. Another tackle. And we'll go down to Ryan Long, who was at the Chirnside Park huddle.
Yeah, very happy huddle at quarter time. Justin Ficarelli was very impressed. They're looking to obviously continue that going against the win in this second quarter. Look for Brooklyn Lamb in this quarter. They want to try and one-on-one. They like the matchup there up forward. But other than that, very happy with the start.
Well, they'd be liking a couple of the matchups that they have down in their forward line today. And I think that is the main advantage that they will carry for the next three quarters. Damien Murray trying to make sure they don't get it down there. The tackle was laid by McGee.
Looks like that Swift matchup has changed as well, potentially. Spencer Lamb there.
Yes, yeah, straight away I had a look at that one.
Someone who's actually got the pace perhaps to go with him. So Chirnside Park will find their way out of this scrap. Finally, Swift is there. We get the first look at that matchup. Scooped up, however, by a Kilsyth player, tackled by McGee. That Kilsyth player being Jacobs, Swift's former defender. And Chirnside Park did get that territory. So, flashing through is Chaz Clevant, hunting the ball. Oh, he smelt his opportunity, but it passed. Jacobs, Ray, and Kilsyth to exit defence. Mark taken on the outer side by Crossley.
This is the next kick that they've got to get right.
Yep. They did in that passage of play late in that first quarter, but Chirnside Park will probably be wise to it now. Van Veen came up and took a good grab, but it's still out wide.
No, it was out of bounds on the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is unfortunate.
Free kick will be taken by the Panthers. We had long down the line to the right half forward flank for them. Spoiled by Declan Lamb, roved by Chaz Clevan. Lachlan McGee's there. Boundary line beats him, and we'll have another boundary throw in at the right forward pocket for the Panthers, looking to the left or against the breeze in this second term. Kilsyth to the right or to the Canterbury Road end of Pink's reserve, as Clevan was nearly put in a choker hold there by Brendan Camden and was, according to the umpire. As he looks to play on immediately because he's got an outlet back. Heads inside 50, went over the top of Sell's head. Ficker really applying the pressure. Will look to pick up this ground ball. He gets the handball away to McGee, who's under immediate pressure. Umpire says, give this ball to me, boys. I'll toss it up right in front of the big sticks for Chirnside Park, who again have had a bit of territory early on.
You've got to watch that situation there, Kilsyth, with that ball coming out of their defensive 50.
As they might be a high free kick paid to Chirnside Park. Sells came charging into Josh Swift, and I reckon, has the umpire paid it, or is he going to toss this ball up? He is still in the right forward pocket for Chirnside Park. As out-bodying his opponent is the Chirnside ruck. McGee runs onto it, can't take clean possession, nearly dove onto it. Van Veen tries to bustle his way through, couldn't escape the Sam King tackle, and yet another ball up inside forward 50 for Chirnside Park.
So Kilsyth have defended really well. They're just going to be careful that Chirnside have set up so that they can get it back in really quickly if they have a short kick out.
Camden from behind won the tap down. Murray not escaping the tackle there once again from James McManus, and we'll have yet another ball up.
Yeah, they have a couple of spare men down the ground to Chirnside Park, one being the captain, Matt King, trying to crash his way through there, the Chirnside Park player, and then McGee as well to follow up that work. Tackled, however, by Damien Murray. We've got 4 minutes in this second quarter at Pink's Reserve. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastern 98.1. The Facebook and the YouTube streams for the Eastland match of the round. Juggling it to himself was Ray. Kilsyth still trying to force it out. The whistle has gone, and there will be a free kick. So Kilsyth get a bit of a reprieve from their constant defending. The free kick has gone to, I believe that is Ray. Or it could be Crosley, actually. I think it's Crosley. So he kicked it right into the man of the mark. McGee was hot onto that. Just trying to wrestle it off him. He's not letting go, is Lachlan McGee. And he forces another ball up. So no progress made from that free kick from Kilsyth. Camden taps it down. Straight to Clevan. Missed it with his boot, holding the ball. That was a red-hot decision, but Weatherall gets another shot at it.
And gets 25 as well.
For his troubles. So being marched down the ground. Can they capitalise on a bit of fortune here? Weatherall, fortune favours the bold, it seems, as he's going to take them all on. Send it from the arc. But standing in the way was Sam Cannon. Takes the grab. And Chirnside Park, with a bit of a shock there to the defence, will be able to rebound.
It was a bold
It was probably a bit of a shock. It's the first time I've seen Kilsyth run and carry the ball.
Well, he saw his opportunity, I suppose.
As Leslie escapes defensive 50 and finds Dermot Reynolds with the strong mark. He could have gone a little bit harder there, I reckon, Jackson Weatherall. I've seen him kick that distance when he has played with Eltham. Of course, former premiership player with the Panthers, and Baldwin back in the Division 1 days as King. Again, a skill error. Turned it over to his fellow number 14, Sells, who just went off the deck. King's around this footy once again, applies the tackle on Crosby, who's still got a handball away to Murray. Murray inside forward 50, Van Veen and Van Oonen almost crashed into one another. Van Veen, good body work, has a handball option in the middle, and Max Lefebvre, who finally kicks the goal for Kilsyth, and it is now down to 3 points. 2-2-14 Kilsyth, Chirnside Park 2-5-17, 6.5 minutes played, second term.
And that's kind of the result of going and attacking the football. It's probably the first time I've seen in this game that Kilsyth actually wanted to move the ball forward and wanted to attack. And instead of that kicking mark, they're composing with the ball really well, but that's not converting or translating at all.
Maybe that breeze is playing a little bit of a factor with that ball movement.
And the other thing I think is we've got to give credit to Van Veen then. He was running wrong way, ball bounced just in front of him, he continued on, worked hard, gave the handball across. So
used his body to make the space as well.
He did really good effort from him then.
Nearly came crashing into Van Oonen, though. That could have been certainly something there, those two colliding.
7 minutes gone in the second quarter. 3-point lead still held by Chirnside Park. Nil draw in the ruck. Reynolds goes the secondary slap. Read well by Weatherald. Gets it to Sales. He was tackled. And the scrap ensues.
My God, he's been important today, Jackson Weatherald.
Hasn't he? His ability to just read the play so well.
It comes from those years of experience.
Yeah.
So the tap comes. Bickford will rove briefly. Clevant went in. Tackled by Murray.
And this is a bloke who hasn't played a whole lot of footy the last couple of seasons as well, so he's slotted straight into this Kilsyth lineup.
Just 3 games in the past 2 years for Jackson Weatherald. Bickford, well evaded, hands it off, now comes to Brownfield, shoved over the line by Weatherald. Right in front of the Kilsyth dugout. As we do have a relatively tense game on our hands. Neither team really breaking away just yet. Making the most of the advantages that they do have. Bickford was rolled in the bump, in fact. The whistle has gone. It's going to go the way of Bickford. Short, low kick. Marked now by Hoy. Looking and looking. Swift provides the option in the pocket. He's going to put it on his head, and Spencer Lamb read that so... In fact, it was Liam Walter read that really well. It was a poor kick by Hoy. And Kilsyth have the option on the outer side. The mark's been taken, and they will go down the ground from here.
Henschel goes short. It was a grubber of a kick. Made his teammate work for it in Declan Lamb, who danced his way past one. Chucked it on the boot, and it'll be cut off here by Sam Cannon. Shrugged off one tackle, got it to Leslie. Leslie to Howard, back to Cannon, who has space. Goes short with a kick to Clevant. Clevant to King on his left. Inside forward 50, Swift, and Figarelli around this. And Figarelli might have given away a high free kick. The playing coach, who's threatened at times, has... Of course, a former Croydon and a former Sylvan Premiership player as well in this division. As the free kick will be taken, as they go the lateral option in Spencer Lamb. He's got Walter down the line, had to work for it. He still took the grab. The former Basin man heads to centre wing on this broadcast side, where all by his lonesome is Mac Brownfield. Took one of the easiest marks of his career, as he's got an option short in Dermot Reynolds. Looks to play on immediately and just go long inside forward 50 to the left forward pocket, floating in! And taking a fantastic grab was Lachlan Hoy, that might have been.
And we've spoken about this already. This is the area that they're really going to struggle. When they get the ball put up in the air, they've got too much height down their forward line. Chirnside Park. This is a lovely mark.
They've definitely looked way more dangerous when they've had the ball Chirnside, but Kilsyth have done a really good job keeping the ball away from them. But this is the result, right?
Kicked 13 goals this season in his first with Chirnside Park. The former Emerald man absolutely shanks that and misses to the right. So they're missing opportunities at Chirnside Park. 2-6-18 they are to Kilsyth 2-2-14 at the 10.5 minute mark of the second term.
Spencer Lamb will take this kick in. The only goal kickers so far for the day, Max Lefebvre for Kilsyth and Josh Swift for Chirnside Park, 2 apiece. Short option to Murray. What will the wily veteran, the playing coach, do with this? A lot of experience under his belt. Trying to send his team down the line. Over the line it goes. The option was Walter, but Brownfield did well.
Jeez, thank God Walter got in the way there, otherwise we might have been in play here.
Both teams fighting, jostling for position in the finals. Kilsyth trying to make it from outside the top 4. Down the line they go. Good run there by Fielding. Sends it to Ficarelli, has to let it bounce towards him, scrapping for it at ground level, manages to get the handball away. They're going further inboard now onto the outside. Hoy dodges, gets the handball away. It wasn't great though. First to it will be Kilsyth in the form of Callan Dawn. Now Weatherald evades really well, dodges the tackle of Hoy, took a bounce and send it corridor. No mark taken. Well read now by King. Sends it forward for Chirnside Park. Swift got her on the bounce. Handed it back to Calcaterra, and now Hoy, who lines up with that boot. Can he make amends for the miss before? Yes! Chirnside Park get their 3rd.
And that was all based on the fact that I think Kilsyth are really struggling at the moment to get it past the centre.
Mm-hmm.
They're really struggling with their secondary kick from that. They've got the short one out of defence quite good, but it's the next kick down they've really struggled with. And that was great attacking play from Chirnside. Nice kick out, and that was a beautiful goal because that was a tough kick from that position.
Well, Chirnside are letting them get that first kick and they're rolling all their numbers into the middle of the ground, which is why they're able to get these shots on goal. Chirnside just need to capitalise on it a little bit more and they'll be well ahead.
3-6-24, they are the Panthers to Kilsyth 2-2-14 as we're back in the middle of Pink's reserve. Shepherdson now up in ruck against Reynolds. Reynolds won it down. Read best by Weatherald, who's got himself into the midfield or found himself there. Around this is Bailey Ray. Handball was too hot there for Shepherdson, who did well on the ground. McGee did better. Turned it over though, although Chirnside Park applies some good pressure and McGee's out the front. Heads inside forward 50 or thereabouts. Bickford nearly completed the grab. Swift tackled upon immediately by Spencer Lamb. Maybe Declan Lamb as well. Another ball up. As Castledine puts his hand up to go up against Tim Shepherdson, a true centre-half forward for Chirnside Park as Clevant tried to spin his way out of trouble.
That was great work from Clevant. Then he really hits the pack hard going through the front of the contest.
He's had a pretty solid game as one of the leaders of this Chirnside Park outfit is Shepherdson. Got a bit of territory with the tap down, and there is Clevant on cue alongside Jacob Machete, two of the stars of this division, locking horns there, as it'll be Shepherdson and Castledine to lock horns here, and there's a blocking free kick paid to Trent Castledine. Well, looked ahead long from the centre square inside forward 50, had Hoy on a lead, but reading it best there was Liam Walter. Is that a good couple of minutes, says Walter?
He's had to. So he sends it towards centre-half back. Mark taken by Muschetti. Sends it on to the wing. Advancing forward to Kilsyth. Ray, just dropped that. Was able to recover it well, though. Takes a bounce, stole a march on his Chirnside Park opponent. Sends it inside forward 50. Well, they find a mark through Van Union. 2 to beat. Over the back. Into the pocket. The boundary line will beat him. No, keeps it in. Unbelievably so. So unbelievably that it's not true.
So Kilsyth have looked the most dangerous and the ball's being put over their head and they get to run onto it.
Yeah.
Rather than that sort of accurate kicking that they're relying on to transition the ball. I don't know whether that's going to be sustainable over 4 quarters or not, but obviously we're going to see in the next 60 minutes or so.
Well, they do get a stoppage inside forward 50, which hasn't been common. Reynolds just slaps it as far as possible away from goals. Murray read it, and we've got a scrap in the pocket. Whistle has gone, throw it in. Can Kilsyth continue to lock it in? I'm not sure if they can. Chirnside Park have had the ascendancy in some of these contests. Reynolds has been giving them that. Slaps it down, but the tackle's been laid.
I think the biggest challenge is if you have a look at the way the stoppage is set up, they've got so many players around, but they've got only 2 players in the forward line versus 4.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to run and carry it out of this contest, but it's so congested.
More tackles laid. It's been a high free kick given away. Mitchell Skeen will take this. So we've gone 15 and a half minutes in this second quarter at Pink's Reserve. Kilsyth 14, Chirnside Park 24. They've done most of the attacking of the Panthers. Onto the wing it goes. Good mark by Castledine. You can rely him to do that pretty often. And on the wing it was. He's going to switch the ball up to Cannon. Shows Elliott the ball. Sent it to Swift. Came over the back. Front and centre was Bickford. And he's deadly accurate. What ball transition from Chirnside Park, and it results in an easy goal from the forward line. Brilliant crumbing by Bickford. And he's kicked his 8th senior goal.
So you could see then it was the quick transition across the ground. So Castledine took the mark on the wing and he turned straight away and went inside. Suddenly opened up the entire ground and they were able to use it. And that was a really nice goal from that young boy. He's pretty young, I think.
I think he was one of the 17s alongside Troy Casey that's playing today. But that extends Chirnside Park's advantage to 16 points, now capitalising in front of goals. This danger looms large for Kilsyth. So we enter the 17th minute of this second term. Shepardson won it down, but his opposing ruck nearly won the clearance, although Weatherald applied some good pressure. Might get hands on this footy again after the handball from Shepardson. He goes inside forward 50. Premaratne juggled it, tries to bustle his way through. Van Oonen was there as well.
So it's going to be chaos ball is the only way that they're going to get a score if they have chaos ball in there, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, at this rate.
Ball tossed back up. Reynolds again just tries to thump it as far as he could. Only got into the hands of Damien Murray, who misses to the left.
And I think the key difference between Kilsyth and Chirnside is that when Chirnside is spreading or changing lanes, switching the ball across, is that it's coming from their back line because they've had the numbers back, whereas Kilsyth are having to sort of roll out from the contest, and it takes a lot more effort that way.
Matt King takes the mark from the kick out, shares it round. Chirnside Park will advance forward. Their ball transition's been really good from this position. The handball was awful though. Handed it straight to Shepardson, and now Lefebvre sends it inside forward 50. Punch away from Downey was good. Van Union's been struggling against two opponents all day. Downey has been one of them most often. Gets a handball away to Cannon, trying to bustle his way through. Fires the handball out. It's mostly Kilsyth, however, here. Murray tackled his man without the ball. That was an opportunity for the Cougars, but they stuffed it up. And it's Brownfield to send it across ground. I'm not sure if they've been ready for this switch for a lot of the day. Have Kilsyth. They're pushing hard across the ground as Chirnside Park advance. Advance through, that's Troy Casey. He's kicked it, turned it straight over to Premaratne, and now on the rebound, Kilsyth sends it. Van Unen out very wide. And he's turned it straight over to Castledine.
Well, they couldn't bomb it down because it was a 5v3 either. I saw you, David. You were looking at that too.
I was thinking, where's he going to go?
Yeah, there is just no opportunity. Chirnside just roll those numbers back.
And
they're playing smart footy.
Castledine's just turned it straight over back to Walt, who's probably been Kilsyth's best today. Premaratne got the crumbs and the high tackle. And he pleads for the free kick. It's not forthcoming.
Yeah, he got it.
Oh, he did get it?
He did.
Yep.
Okay.
This is the first time I've ever seen an umpire make a decision based on a footballer's inquiry.
Oh, dear. Well, Premaratne, I'm not sure if he's got the boot on him for this one. He's only kicked 4 senior goals in his 4 games. So from the arc, and he's kicked it right into the man on the mark. It comes right back for Castledine. He's just going to lope out of defence, send it out wide. Lamb was the target. He got it on the bounce. It fell fortunately for him. And onto the wing, Ficarelli will take the mark.
Right in front of us, the playing coach has Castledine inboard. Gets it to him eventually. Now in the centre square of Pink's reserve.
He's been the most important player on the ground, I think, Castledine, whether it be forward, through the middle. Excellent.
As his kick was nearly marked there by Reynolds. McGee on the ground. Kicked the flex to Ficarelli, who handballed it out to Daniel Fielding. Skeen, was he taken high? He's going to be pinged. Despite pleas from the Chirnside Park players, and they've given away another 25 for dissent as well. And there might have been an off-the-ball hit as well, which has reversed the free kick call. So a lot happening in the last couple of minutes, and it's Mitch Skeen, the beneficiary.
I think they need to, umpires, just look at the play and not listen to the players.
As he heads inside forward 50, Reynolds tries to apply.
Unbiased.
Reynolds needs to nearly apply the big bump, but clearing defence are the Cougars. They head out wide to Sells, who shrugs off Skeen. Burns off another, handballs it away to Chapman. Chapman to Crosby. Crosby to centre half forward where Elliott is, but it went over the top of his head and easily cut off by Cannon, who goes into the middle. Murray elected to spoil. Dropping the mark there were the Panthers. The Cougars are able to repel and head to the right half forward flank where Chapman is. Chapman heads inboard because he's got Jacko Weatherald there. He's looking for a lead. He's got to play a shot that he hits up eventually.
See, that, like when they do get the ball and they do move it like that, it looks really, really good. It just, they're seeming to be quite reactive to Chirnside at the moment because Chirnside have all of those numbers, which means that they're just behind the 8 ball a little bit.
Yeah.
But they've got good opportunities here.
And it is the Cougars' only goal kicker so far in this game, Max Lefebvre, who's now kicked 31 goals on the season. This is for goal number 32 and the 57th of his senior career as well. The former Wandon man directly in front from just outside the arc, lets it ride, fades to the right and remains there.
That would have been such an important one for them.
He just didn't kick through then. He just laid back when he was kicking the footy. But he's been dangerous down there the whole time. He's been one of their few targets. And when they've lowered their eyes and gone short, they've been much better going inside their forward 50.
One player who was in that passage of play before, Liam Chapman, he needs to get more involved as well.
Yep. Kilsyth battling to remain in touch. It's a 14-point margin the way of Chirnside Park as Cannon brings it in. We're into time on in this second quarter. No mark taken? Yes, mark taken. So Kilsyth will send it back. The kick over the top. Marked by Sells. He's going to search for options in the pocket or just go from the arc. Steps around one. Could be his to take. And he's not.
I don't mind that, though. I don't mind what he did then. He didn't have any options down there. Took it on.
Yeah, well, the two options are do what he just did then, or they've got two players generally set up around the forward 50 as well, so the options are there. Whether they're better options, you don't really know. It's still a massive distance for them to kick anyway.
I was going to say, they're not genuine 50-metre arcs out here, but they're close to.
I wonder how far this one actually is.
I'm just throwing to you on this one, Em. You do have experience out here last year as well.
Are we going like a 46-metre arc?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I could kick it. So.
I was thinking as Cannon's kick, the mark was spilt there by Matthew King. The ball locked up, though.
What I do know is that I hate scoring fours on this ground because it's quite big. For me, anyway.
It is one of the bigger grounds in Division 4, alongside Tedajani Reserve as well. There's this ball tossed back up. Camden from behind won it down. Howard breaks his way through and got the handball away to his teammate, whose kick should be cut off here. And it is easily by Mitch Jacobs. He goes short. He has an option in Callan Dawn. Dawn goes to his coach, but coming in from behind was Matthew King, trying to break through. He does, but his handball should be intercepted. No, it's not. It's slam inside 50 to Swift, who took the sliding grab. Great effort there from Matthew King. And it is Josh Swift, again the beneficiary, looking for goal number 3 on the afternoon, and what would be his 62nd goal of season 2026.
I feel like the hardest thing for Kilsyth is that kick mark is actually quite predictable unless you're really quick with it, and therefore it's easy to intercept and get the turnover, which is what's just happened here.
Swift. Can he extend Chirnside Park's advantage out to what would be a game-high 19 points with the Panthers' 5th goal? Should be kicking from around about 30, 35 metres out. Trots in, good connection. And misses to the right. Ooh. So it's 4-7-31, Chirnside Park to Kilsyth 2-5-17, 25 minutes played, and it's Jacko Weatherald once again on kick-out duties.
Well, he's definitely been very important for Kilsyth. It goes over the head of his target, however. Bickford picked it up, tried to handball it inboard. Weatherald was there again. The siren's gone. To mark the end of the second quarter here at Pink's Reserve, it's Kilsyth 2-5-17 to Chirnside Park 4-7-31. The Cougars trying to keep in touch. We'll see if that happens, but coming up first will be the halftime show on the other side of this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, Eastland match it around half-time down here at the glorious Pinks Reserve here for this Division 4 crucial clash down here. It's Kilsyth currently trailing Chirnside Park. Kilsyth 2-5-17 to Chirnside Park 4-7-31. So inaccurate kicking to the Panthers heading into half-time. But they are doing everything right so far. This is a halftime show. My name's Blake Tennant, joined here by Ryan Long and Brett Davidson. I'll start off with you, Ryan. We've got the perfect view as well.
Yeah, we do.
And the nice little box down over there. But it's mainly, I feel like, listening to Damo Murray and the turnovers from the defensive 50 is spot on there, what he's saying. And it's still crucial. And that's probably how Chirnside has been going on. They've had 11 shots to 7, really, and they're really controlling this game, Ryan.
Well, that was something that was mentioned at the Chirnside Park huddle at quarter time. Particularly, they scored both of their goals in that first quarter off turnovers, and I think they might have in that second quarter as well. So they're certainly owning that. They just look a lot more dangerous when they do go up forward, and I mean, you just look at the names. Castledyne's been pretty important for them and their setup, but you can certainly see why Swift on occasion can kick 5 or 6 goals. I expect him to probably kick a couple more in this second half. And then you've got guys like Lamb up there who also, haven't hit the scoreboard yet, but certainly can. They, sit only, just doing the math, they're only 14 points in front, but it feels, Davo, more like a 4 or 5 goal advantage. That's just the way, I guess it's felt from the boundary that Chirnside Park are certainly in control at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think Kilsyth have done some reasonable work. I thought that quarter defensively. I thought the ball came there, especially early. The ball came in a lot early and they were able to hold it up. But their problem's been between the arcs. Their ability to move the ball quickly and be able to hit targets has really hurt them, because as soon as they've turned it over, Chirnside's then transition work from their defensive 50 has been excellent. Castledyne, as you said, I think he's been really good all game. He's been a target for them. I love the way he takes a good mark between the arcs. That last goal they kicked, he turned the ball into the middle of the ground, which opened the game up for them. And you're right, I think they look like they're going to score every time they go into their forward 50, whereas Kilsyth, when they do move the ball and move it well and hit their target, they've been good, but it's just that last kick into forward 50's been really average. And really, they've maybe hit one. I think it was in the first quarter they may have hit one down going into the breeze, but otherwise that's where they've really struggled. Yet they've got plenty of the footy. I mean, Weatherall's played really well, and a few others. Murray's been good, but they just haven't had enough of them.
I feel like it's that third kick, Davo. So they mark the ball just off the half back line. Then they go for the short chipping kick, and then they just get lost. I don't know if they get lost or they just don't know where to go after that third kick. And then Chirnside are really good at adapting to that third kick that happens, and then eventually goes down the other end. We saw that as well when Josh Swift kicked that goal. So they've got some problems. I feel like they just can't get that third kick right. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, and they've probably been, you're right. They probably have been a little bit reactive to Chirnside Park. On occasion, as Davo mentioned, there were a couple of passage plays where they did move the ball quite nicely from their half-back line, and I think one where they missed a set shot in that last part of the second quarter, which was a real golden opportunity. They had a couple of chances in that term to get back a third, and that might just give them a bit of confidence if they had to kick that one. But in saying that, they've got a lot to improve on, and it's only 14 points. So it really is, nothing in it. The wind died down a lot in that second term, so I don't know if that's going to pick up again in the third quarter, but you certainly don't put a line through them. There's a lot still to be played out, and I'm still obviously leaning towards Chirnside Park, and I think they might be able to get a hold of them in this quarter, but I think at Kilsyth there are things to work with there at halftime.
I think if they're within striking distance at three-quarter time, anything can happen. But I think if they get 4 to 5 goals in front, I think it's going to be a bridge too far for Kilsyth. But I like Weatherall went into the middle. I like that move. I think Bailey Ray was good in the middle as well. They've really only had the one target, and that's Max has been down there, has been their one target. They've had no one else that they've been able to aim for, so they really need to get something out of Justin Van Uden.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
And some of their other smalls, because that's the other issue they've got. They've got no tall target down there.
No.
So
where if you compare it to Chirnside Park, they've probably got about 5 to 6. I reckon that are pretty crucial. So, I might go through some scores. I know there's a few scores that are a bit interesting around the grounds at the moment. I'll start off down at Pat Wright Senior Oval. It's a 10-point lead to Blackburn, 31-21 down there at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Doncaster East kicked the first 4 goals of the game, and now Bourne currently trailed by 13 points at the moment, 32 to Donny East 45. So, Davo, they're coming.
We're still there.
Roval 40, Berwick 25. And how about this one? South Belgrave kicked the first 3 goals against East Ringwood, but now East Ringwood lead by 11 points, 53 to 42. And then Vermont doing very good things at the moment against South Croydon, 47 to 19 as it stands right now. We move to Division 1 now, and as expected, one in Turner South, 37, Bayswater 9. Park Orchards lead by 2 points at the moment, 33-31 down at Tormore. Big blowout at the moment down at Walker Park Mitcham today. Mitcham 69, Montrose 13. So inaccurate kicking for the D's. They've kicked 1 goal 7 in that one. And North Ringwood, even though they were losing at one point, 28 to 12. It's now currently North Ringwood 58 to Murrelbuck 32. Norwood up by a point against Beaconsfield, 40 to 39. So a bit of an upset down there as well. I think it was a few roughies that you guys put on the podcast there, so it could be on there. East Burwood lead Heathmont by 2 points at the moment, 38 to 36. Surrey Park lead 44 to Lurdar 27. Mulgrave doing what they're doing at the moment, 48 to 13. A 7-point lead to Ringwood, 31 to 24. Waverley Blues lead it by a point over Templestowe, 35 to 34. We move over to Division 3. Donvale 69, Knox 34, Sylvan 79 to Oakley District 27. The Basin strong winners. I think they're everyone except this game here. Basin leads 62 to 26 over Whitehorse. Ferntree Gully have a 2-point lead over Upper Gully here, 28 to 26. And then we move on to Division 4 just quickly. There's a few games that have gone one side, I reckon, and Doncaster lead 74 to 9. No score between Forest Hill and Warrandyte. But the upset at the moment, Fair Park lead by 3 points over Bulleen Templestowe, 51 to 48. So there you go. That's the scores around the grounds. Just
with that Ringwood Scoresby game, it's 31 to 24. Ringwood have kicked 3-13. And
almost
4 straight.
And Scoresby has kicked 4 straight.
It almost reminds me of last week between Richmond and West Coast last week.
So 16 shots to 4.
All right, just a quick word, just one word answer for this one.
Chirnside.
Who wins? Chirnside, Ryan.
Yep.
Davo, you
I think Chirnside win
sticking with your Panthers.
Yep.
Good to see. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then after this, we'll assemble the call team, and then you'll hear the second half action straight after this.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pinks Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Kilsyth taking on Chirnside Park. The Cougars looking to keep their finals aspirations alive and have been kept in a while by their playing coach Damien Murray. They're only just exiting the rooms. Chirnside Park, and the umpires were actually the first out onto the field about 4 or 5 minutes ago now, so they've pretty much just been hanging around in the middle, waiting for both sides to go through their final paces. Head of a massive second half out here at Pinks Reserve. Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Brett Davidson, Emily Mackay, Ryan Long and Blake Tennant on the boundary. Great stuff on the halftime show by Ryan, Blake and Davo. I'm going to throw it to you. What is the key in this second half for Kilsyth if they are to get over the line out here?
Kilsyth probably need to compose a little bit when they're moving the ball, but then use that composure to lead and spread into the forward line, because what they're struggling with at the moment is getting the ball deep into forward 50, so that Chirnside have a lot of players back, so they're going to have to run and carry that through, which requires a bit of, like I said, a bit of composure at the start, and then a bit of, you've got to be smart about the way they're moving in, otherwise they're just going to get turnover after turnover in their forward 50.
And it comes down to guys like Max Lefebvre inside forward 50, Van Oonen and Liam Chapman as well, Dave. I think if Chapman in particular steps up as that really second tall inside forward 50 for the Cougars, it could help them out today.
Yeah, we spoke about it at half time. We also said that Van Oonen needs to step up and give them something. He's really not been involved at all within the game.
He's had to contend with most of the time that he's been near the ball.
But that's okay. He's
good enough.
He's played enough football and he should be good enough to at least keep the ball within the forward field. And that's the key. If you're outnumbered, that's okay. You can live with an outnumber, but you've got to make sure that you work hard to keep the ball there. Look for a first or a second stoppage.
Or you target someone else if they end up free due to the outnumber.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. They've got to become dangerous then if that's the case.
And that comes down to a Liam Chapman potentially.
Yep.
As we get ready for the second half of action out here at Pinks Reserve, Jared Beanland.
So what do Kilsyth have to offer us this quarter to try and get back into this game? As sharing it around immediately, McManus to Reynolds, back to McManus, and down the line they go. Good battling there, and kicking it off the deck was Bickford. He's got one already, tried to tap it in front of him, putting Walter under a heap of pressure. The kick went off the deck for Chirnside Park. It went the wrong side of the post to open the scoring for this third quarter. They moved to 4-8-32, Kilsyth 2-5-17.
Really liked the way Bickford attacked the footy then for a young 17 and a half. He just had no fear.
Only 30 seconds played, and already Chirnside Park have created a scoring opportunity as Weatherald heads towards the far side. Walter in front position, a strong grab.
This is the kick, though, we were worried about. This next one is the one that they've had trouble with.
As his eyes dart all across Pinks Reserve, he'll be forced to go down the line once again. He might have turned it over. It's spoiled out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. As you mentioned, Davo, that kick out of the half-back line continues to let them down. Maybe they need to get a bit more run from behind from guys like Weatherall, maybe even a Cody George as well, or a Spencer Lamb as this ball is tossed back into play. Reynolds front position, almost took it out of ruck, but umpire will call for the boundary umpire to toss this ball in once again between wing and half forward for Chirnside Park on the far side of Pinks Reserve. Panthers kicking to the right of your radio dial in this third term. Cougars to the left as Camden now got front position, out-muscled by Reynolds. Handball swiftly there from Clevant to Fielding. Fielding in the Castledine direction, spoiled from behind there by Spencer Lamb. He's around this footy, but it's Kilsyth who are able to clear. Might be temporary though, as they're under a fair bit of pressure. Lamb's handball will eventually bounce out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
The other one that's been good today, I mean, he hasn't been dominant, but Reynolds has played a really good game, I think, in the ruck.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He's been playing defence mostly, from what I've seen in the vision, so it's an interesting, different look, as this time it was Castledine that got the tap down, read well, though, by Kilsyth. It was Moschetti, found the ball in board. It was Murray. He juggled it to his detriment and is holding the ball. Great pressure put on him by Mitch Skeen, who will take this free kick. He's got options inboard if he wants to go there, or does he want to just find a tall marking target down the line? Looks like he's going to go for Castledine. Just spilled out of his hands. It was a good spoil, in fact. And Chaz Clevant couldn't do much to keep that one in, forced over the line by Declan Lamb.
I think another player they need to get more involved in, Moschetti as well.
Yep.
Yes.
Feel like he's had a couple of touches, but hasn't had the impact like he normally can.
That is very true. Camden will take this ruck contest from behind of Castledine. Damien Murray does his best to just hold it up for another stoppage. 3 minutes gone in this third quarter. 32-17. That's the Panthers leading. And Kilsyth will get this clearance. Moschetti hoiks the ball up. Down the line it goes. Chapman completely outpointed by Leslie. And Leslie will look to send it back down the line. Castledine's there again. It just was a little too hot for him. Lamb affected the contest. And Kilsyth tried to take it away through Weatherald. Goes for the very wide option in Moschetti, but it was too wide, out in the full, and Chirnside Park to reload.
And it'll be Mitch Skeen, the former Park Orchards and Warrandyte player as well. Still between wing and half forward for the Panthers, about 2 kicks away from goal, right next to his coach's box, as he heads inside forward 50 to a dangerous spot. Camden floated in, couldn't complete the grab. Calcaterra tries to extract it out, applies the tackle now, and we'll have a ball up.
They're the grabs you've got to take as a defender there. You know, not under a lot of pressure, need to take those.
This ball tossed back up. Hoy tried to slap it backwards. It's Fielding who got it out to Clevant, has open air and goes for goal! Finished it off beautifully, does Chaz Clevant for his first goal of this afternoon's contest. And Chirnside now lead by 21 points, 5-8-38 to Kilsyth 2-5-17, 4.5 minutes played, third term.
It's 13 goals of the year for Chaz Clevant. He's very handy as that goal-kicking midfielder.
So Bailey Ray will learn a lot from that contest then. They were together. There was a bit of a nothing situation, and Bailey just stood and let him run around the outside of him then and take that. And as a left footer, you can't allow those players to do that.
We'll go down to Ryan Long on the boundary.
Yeah, just an injury update from Kilsyth. Caelan Dawn's got the boot off, limped off the ground, just in the hands of the trainers, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Thanks for that, Ryan. Hopefully everything's okay with Callan Dawn. As Reynolds kicked it off the deck, McGee was able to scoop it up, get the handball away. Ficarelli, oh, it's a masterclass at these sorts of goals. He's got it. Chirnside Park get another one. The captain coach was never going to let that opportunity go begging.
She's not a bad celebration as well. I think we might just miss this celebration on replay, but I think he went the almost mini Ronaldo celebration there, the playing coach.
Well, he's certainly an excitable player and coach. I mean, to be honest, if you're a defender, you cannot give him 20 metres like you gave him 20 metres. He was standing by himself, and that clearance, and this is the area that they've really got to lock down here. Kilsyth, they've been hurt clearance twice now in the last two ball-ups.
And in an instance, they now trail by 27 points. 6 minutes played in this third quarter out here at Pink's Reserve. As Camden won it down, Fielding will run onto it and spin his way out of trouble. Wheel onto his left, head in the Calcaterra direction. It's Weatherall again on the ground to Ray. Ray's handball was a hospital pass, and Calcaterra can go inside forward 50. Swift got hands onto it. Ficarelli's there again on the ground. Clevant, a flying shot, misses everything. They could have been hurt there once again. Off a centre clearance, could have Kilsyth.
They're going to find it so hard to defend against all of this run. They're just streaming through the midfield Chirnside and doing a fantastic job getting the ball into their forward 50 that way.
And it looks like it'll be Spencer Lamb who takes this free kick. We might once again be waiting a while for the footy on the Canterbury Road side of Pink's Reserve, as he'll get this now adjacent to the behind post. Will Spencer Lamb calling for leads, but will be forced to go long down the line in the Walter direction. Howard got good position, couldn't complete the grab. Weatherall again there on the ground. Got it to Murray. Murray to Walter, who's escorted out of bounds by Skeen. Once again, doing well to lock it in there, attacking half Chirnside Park. Kilsyth almost selling themselves into trouble as well.
Yeah, that was not a great option there, unfortunately. Walter was flat-footed. Reynolds gets this tap down. Clevant brought down immediately by Ray.
Really liking Chirnside's ability to read the play in stoppage. They're always first to it in that first layer and doing really well to drive their legs out of the contest too.
Reynolds goes again. Falling on top of Damien Murray. There was McManus. Another ball up. Kilsyth really under a lot of scoreboard pressure at this point. The slap came towards the Chirnside forwards, but recovering it was Ray, dancing around, just trying to find a way through. Manages to pick the lock and get it into the centre of the ground. Brownfield busted over. Scooped up now by Kilsyth. Kept it low, Van Nuenen. Gets it back to Weatherall. Had to stretch for that one, but had time and space to do so. And it was a good kick to Crosley indeed. Weatherall made himself an option. He kept running. Good work rate by him. He's going to try and find an option from the arc, and he's got it. And the mark's been taken in the pocket.
It's that Van Nuenen and Weatherall combination that Kilsyth really need to rely on. They've got really great accuracy with their kicking and just great decision making.
And right on cue, Van Nuenen goes off.
Yeah.
But I think Weatherall's the key, isn't he? Because when he gets the football, he opens things up and he shows them how to actually hit targets.
Jake Henschel with the ball in hand and a lot of pressure on his shoulders to kick this. Over the top it was on the goal line, just didn't quite complete the mark. I believe that was Van Veen and... Premaratne it was, but just the one behind for Kilsyth, 2-6-18 to 6-8-44. It's an uphill battle from here for the Cougars.
That's Cannon. Again with that cannon of a boot, heads towards this broadcast side where Hoy competed. Sell stumps it far forward, although it went higher than it did further. Ball now in dispute on this left half forward flank, and it'll be locked up. 2 kicks from Kilsyth's goal. They trail by 26 points now after trailing by only 14 points at the half-time break. Van Veen tried to break his way through. Reynolds tried to break the tackle, couldn't. Good pressure applied there by Tim Shepherdson. And right in front of us, this ball will be tossed up once again. As Shepherdson won it down. Nearly running onto it was Crosby. Instead, it's Matthew King. Was he held without it? Not according to the umpire. Murray was taken high. And the playing coach will take this free kick, wheel around, head inside forward 50 in the Chapman direction. Flew couldn't complete the grab there on the ground and getting the handball away to Elliott. Elliott has another handball option in Cole Crosby, who goes deeper to Chapman and took a good grab.
Had some great forward 50 entries in the last 5 minutes, and that's what they needed in that first half of the game as well. And you know, again, we look at these are the results of playing some composed football to start with, and then running, carrying, and finding those targets and changing lanes. Awesome work.
And Liam Chapman to become the second goal kicker for Kilsyth today. Both of their goals kicked so far by Max Lefebvre. Comes in now, does the former Bayswater man, looking to give Kilsyth a little bit of life. Which he does. They reduce the deficit down to 20 points. 3-6-24 Kilsyth to Chirnside Park, 6-8-44. And again, that was something Damien Murray mentioned at pre-game as well, Davo. Their forward 50 entry, which is somewhat improved in this, particularly that passage of play there.
Yeah, definitely. And he was also a player we spoke about at half-time that needed to stand up and become, put his presence on the game, and it helps when you lower your eyes and you hit those targets and you lead to the right spot. So, they've taken momentum back a little bit in the last couple of minutes, Kilsyth.
Can they maintain this? As into the ruck goes Shepherdson. Actually let the ball bounce into his hands and got the kick away. Henschel trying to track it, but first to it was Premaratne. Just spilt it at the wrong moment. Ball still bounces. Van Veen buries his way in. Chirnside Park apply the pressure. Not going anywhere. 11.5 minutes gone here at Pink's Reserve. 24-44. Slapping it forward was McManus. Premaratne was well placed to stop the progression there and kicks it inside forward 50. Out the back is Chapman. Tackled by Burt. Forced over the line. Leslie, in fact, forced over the line by Downey. We'll get a ball in.
This is the most dangerous time for Kilsyth. Stoppage just in top of forward 50. They've got so many players that are in the contest that they're just going to get that outnumber, or Chirnside are going to outnumber them once the ball gets bombed into the forward line.
Chapman takes the rock contest against Reynolds. They wrestle. Reynolds got to front position, slapped it back over the line. Oh, Elliott was there. Tackled, though, by Brownfield.
As a result, though, it's leading to more ball ups, and those goals then coming from Kilsyth are going to have to be those really messy, scrappy ones that are almost lucky, really.
Who's going to be the opportunist here for Kilsyth if they're to do that? We will see. Shepherdson tapped it down. It was Weatherald, but his kick, it was a quick fire out from the contest, and the mark's been taken by Leslie. Searching and searching for options, trying to rebound the ball at Chirnside Park. McGee was the option. Premaratne was there as well. Clevant also hands it off, and Chirnside Park will march down the ground. Well set were Walter and Ray. Ray got the bouncing ball and sent it up the corridor. Wasn't a great kick, unfortunately. Crashing through was Cannon. McManus there as well. Brilliant tap forward to halt that progression by Muschetti. He tried to follow up his work, wasn't able to do so. Now McManus sends it outwards towards the boundary line. Bounces into the hands here of Hoy. Tackled and drowning. Not going anywhere.
And again, that kick from D50 into the middle has got to hit.
Yep.
He was free, had an option, had two options and missed them both.
And the slap forward by Reynolds. Premaratne again, the sweeper, sends it forward. Bouncing ball. Brownfield's going to have to be good. Murray's on his hammer. Shoves him over the boundary line it'll be.
I feel like, Davo, the struggle is that when your game plan relies so heavily on accuracy, there's just so much opportunity for it to fail. Because that slight bit of pressure, which Chirnside are really good at doing, like applying all of those tackles and the body, they're a physical team, it's hard to execute.
Yep. Neither ruck could lay a hand onto it. Shepherdson applies the tackle on Cannon. Nearly straight high, but Cannon didn't give away, holding the ball free kick. Still in the right forward pocket. Jeez, that was almost something there from Shepherdson and Cannon, as we'll have this ball tossed up. Reynolds from behind to McManus. McManus out wide to Bickford. Bickford to Clevant. Clevant's kick was smothered out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Still in the right forward pocket.
and they need to take advantage of this. It's been in here now for a couple of minutes. They have to take advantage. They can't allow a quick outside.
Shepardson and Reynolds move into position on the far side of Pink's reserve, about 45 metres out from Kilsyth Skulls, as neither ruck could really lay a hand onto it. Shepardson tries to dig it out. Instead, it's Cannon who just chucked it on the boot. Should be cut off here by Premaratne, but he spills it, and Chirnside might be able to pounce. Clavan somehow got a handball away. Breaking a tackle. No, he didn't. Did Lachlan Hoy, and it's going to be pinged. No, umpire called play on as Kilsyth have the numbers here through Machete, who heads inside forward 50. Cannon had front position, as did Aaron Bird, who took the strong intercept grab. He's going to initiate the switch. He's got Xavier Leslie short. Back to Burt, who has an option short in Mac Brownfield. Will reach him before he's corralled by Elliott. Brownfield's handball was a dangerous one, and they turn it over here to Crosby. Crosby to Weatherald. Donkey kick inside forward 50. Got it to Chapman. Chapman to Sells. Sells to Lefebvre. Snap! Goal! Max Lefebvre has a third.
Totally underrated, but that little tiny dink kick was perfect. That was rugby league style, wasn't it? That was just that little dink around, bounced it up. It was
brilliant.
Fantastic.
It was a kick, but it's the same as doing the sort of the tunnel ball. At the feet, just so someone can't grab it.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Such a
They're
clever
those
player,
kicks
Weatherall.
that you practice after training when you're having like those shots on goal. From behind. It never happens in a game until it happens.
So Kilsyth able to cancel out some of the momentum Chirnside Park had at the start of this quarter. Can they rest it back through Skene? High ball inside forward 50. Coming out was Ficarelli. Hands it to Bickford. Flying shot at goal for his second. Not able to complete it.
Look, and honestly, the key differentiator between these two teams is Chirnside are just wanting to attack and move the ball. And I think it's, they've been given license to do that, and they get the ball forward. Kilsyth are getting their goals after it being in their forward line for 5 minutes.
Spencer Lamb, who's been able to keep Swift pretty quiet for the past couple of quarters, kicks it out. And Kilsyth now in a skirmish on the wing. Bickford there to disrupt everything. Castledine as well. Spits it out to Reynolds. And it was a high free kick by the...
It was a throw.
A throw, yeah. Well, if you're talking about rugby, then we've got a clear example of a rugby pass just now. So Moschetti will take the free kick. Trying to order the troops about. Does he go for the switch option, or does he send it down the line? I thought a whistle had gone. No, Matt King went up. Weatherald stayed down. Takes the mark. In fact, Elliott it is.
I reckon it's the netball in the background, because I've heard it a couple of times as well.
It's confusing me a little bit. So Elliott trying to transition this ball. It's been slower this time by Kilsyth, but they were able to make the contest crashing through. That was brilliant by Spencer Lamb. Makes the contest, and fighting for it that was Brooklyn Lamb.
I tell you what, I want to see one of two things from Kilsyth. One is drive your legs, so run and carry the ball a little bit, or change lanes.
Yeah,
something
for
a
sure.
bit different other than going straight down the line, because this contested ball, so many people around it all the time, this is just what's going to keep on happening for the rest of the game.
Hoy got the free kick from the ruck contest, sends it forward. Good punch from behind. It's spilt to Ficarelli, however. Deadly as always. Swift. Oh, he had to stay his courage to take that mark, but instead it was Walter. He plays on into the centre of the ground. Van Veen was playing from behind, and it didn't advantage him because Chirnside Park was able to turn the ball over, bouncing ball towards the goal square. Now, good head on the shoulders of George to keep composure in that situation, and exiting defence at Kilsyth with Crosby taking the mark.
Twin wing on the half-back flank. Far side of Pink's reserve. Darts a kick to Jake Henschel. Of course, played his 150th senior game with Kilsyth a fortnight ago in their win over Nuttawading, as he goes long down the line where a big pack's formed. Kilsyth nearly completed the grab, but it's Chirnside the number on the ground. They give away a free kick, though. No, they get one. And it might be Matthew Howard who takes this. Still in his defensive half, looks to go into the middle. It was a really good kick to Riley Bickford on his right. Has an option loose in Samuel King, who can't take clean possession. Might have turned it over here. Sylvie was held without it.
Did that well, actually.
He did. Only his third senior game. He gets 25 as well to boot.
They've been a little bit undisciplined with their chatting.
They have. That's a pretty fair 25, it must be said, for Ryan Silvey. He can send the Cougars inside forward 50 with a drilling ball. Downey will read it best. Van Oonen's around this footy. Downey slaps it out to McGee. McGee to Ficarelli. Ficarelli to Bird, who's under immediate pressure. Somehow put the don't argue on and got it out at defensive 50. Camden will run onto it, but can't take clean possession. Brooklyn Lamb could, and he has a handball option over the top in Cannon. Cannon heads in the Trent Castledine direction. The two key pillars combining. Castledine at the edge of the centre square on this broadcast side. Heads in the Bickford direction. Didn't get front position. Lamb looked for the free kick. McGee on the ground. Check side goal. Lachlan McGee has his first, and the lead is now back out to 21 points. 7-9-51 to Kilsyth 4-6-30. I reckon Spencer Lamb was a little bit stiff there, though.
A little bit. Did everything right. Just may have got a little bit of a tug in the back then, but that's, you just got to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
They did take advantage, and they just moved the ball out of defence too easily, and Castledine again a target. He really has been important for them.
I'd really love to see the stats of conversions from forward 50 entries into some sort of scoring opportunity for Chirnside. They've done so well with the limited options that they've had.
We're in time on in this third quarter. Chirnside Park lead. The visitors are 7-9-51 to Kilsyth 4-6-30. Waiting for the ball to come back. It does look like it's Walter who's moved on to Swift now, and he's done a good job. Taking this ruck contest will be Lockie Hoy against Brendan Camden. Players underway. Hoy just got the little dinky tap, and flashing through was Howard. Lamb juggles it. The whistle has gone. It keeps going, and I think it's going to be a free kick to Lamb. The umpires will bring it back. We'll see what the decision ends up being. I don't think it's particularly clear, but it'll be against Sylvie by the looks of it.
I think when he kicked the ball, he was pushed after he kicked the ball just a little bit late.
Yeah.
So that's why he's been given the...
Bit of a hard thing, though, because that also went through for a goal, too.
Yes. He's got to do a bit more. This guy's got a bit of talent. He just needs to nail this now.
Bit of spunk about him too.
Former Nunawading player, former Ringwood player, 30 goals in the year. This could be number 31. It's going to curl back beautifully. It was touched on the line, however, didn't quite make the distance. That would have made things very difficult for Kilsyth in the final quarter, but a little bit of a let-off there and a sigh of relief breathed by the faithful at Pink's Reserve as we tick to 22 and a half minutes gone. It's 52-30. Still a 22-point lead for Kilsyth to try and surmount.
Jacob Machete looked initially towards this broadcast side, heads to the pavilion side where he's got open space and hoping his teammate in Cody George can run onto it. Can't keep it in play, though.
Doesn't look like Callan Dawn's taken to the field any further.
I was going to say he hasn't probably been on since the opening couple of minutes when he came back off as well. So they're going to be a man down in the last quarter, Kilsyth, as this ball's going to be tossed back into play. Reynolds outbodies Camden once again, and Chirnside win yet another clearance. Inside forward 50, but the kick went out off the deck. Crosby returned inside defensive 50 to Jacobs, who's not pinged. Good pressure again from Trent Castledine, who, whilst he hasn't, I don't think, impacted the scoreboard, Trent Castledine, today, he's certainly been prominent in attack for the Panthers. So they lead this game by 22 points. 52 playing 30, 23 and a half minutes gone in the final term as Clevant, was he held without it? Not according to the umpire. Shepparton, or Camden, I should say, tried to burrow his way through, couldn't. Yet another ball up will ensue inside forward 50 for the Panthers as Kilsyth looked to clear, slapped backwards by Jacobs to his teammate who's got Henschel as an outlet, evaded him. It didn't Sam Cannon who sold the candy on one onto his left to a dangerous spot where the mark is picked off there by Liam Walter, who initiates the switch to Drew Sells. Doesn't have too many options on this broadcast side now. He's still in defensive 50. playing his 99th senior game today is Sells as he heads down the line in the Lamb direction. Ball from behind there by Matt King and escorted over by Lachlan McGee, and we'll have yet another boundary throw-in. 24 and a half minutes gone in this third term. Chirnside Park 7-10-52 leading Kilsyth 4-6-30.
They really locked the ball up well then in Chirnside Park. There were no options for Kilsyth.
Tap inboard by Camden. Much to his chagrin, it was a Clevant onto it. Tackled as he kicked it, so it didn't spill very far. Murray gets the handball away. Weatherald, under plenty of pressure, was good enough to fire a handball out. Crosby, though, it missed him. Chirnside Park recover the ball. Scooped up now by Howard. Tackled over the line. And with 25 minutes gone in this third quarter, Chirnside Park able to put the pressure on any Kilsyth possession in the past few minutes. Back into play. 22-point lead. Taken out of the ruck contest. And well tackled there, Calcaterra. Followed up his tap well. And Ray was going nowhere. Camden versus Calcaterra in this ruck battle. Calcaterra wins that one again. Roving it is Murray. Fires the handball out of the congestion, and Camden's just going to slap it onto his boot. Matt King read that really well, took the intercept mark. It was an attempt down the corridor by Kilsyth, but Chirnside had it covered. Now Reynolds on the outer side. High ball, another Chirnside Park onslaught. Swift! From 3 deep, takes the mark.
That was a great grab.
Read that to perfection. Very stable in the air as well. And out towards the boundary line, he'll take this kick. And this would really go through the heart of the Cougars.
But then it was that King kick out, which just hit the target and opened up the space.
Yeah. And it was Reynolds as well who made himself an option in that space, which was good reading of what Chirnside Park needed to do to progress the ball down the line to Josh Swift. 2 for the day, 61 on the year. Comes in. Is it going to bend back? No. Bounces. Tapped over the line. Just the one behind to Chirnside Park. They continue to thrust forward. 7-11, 54, 4-6, 30. 27 minutes gone, and Jacobs will play on.
Gets it to Machete, who immediately turned it over to Chas Clevant. And they cannot escape defensive 50. Can the Cougars? And Clevant has a chance to add a second on the board in this term.
So the give and get was good, but the next one can't be a short to a nearly 50-50, and especially straight up the ground. I guess, as Adam said, at least change lanes when you're doing that.
It's Clevant from just outside the arc. Will look to get a bit of an angle. Fades to the right and will remain there, although is it marked? It is. Trent Castledine plays on. Umpires are consulting. We wait with bated breath.
Sorry, Josh. I think the goal umpire actually called it a behind before the mark actually took place. So I think that's what they're debating at the moment. Yeah, it's a behind. It
is a behind. It looked like it was just over the behind line. Jackson Weatherald will take this kick out, and it is now 4 straight kicks in. It's 7-12, 54 Chirnside Park to Kilsyth 4-6-30.
Do you reckon that's going to be the behind that saves Kilsyth, and then Kilsyth come back and they win in the last quarter?
Well, not on the evidence of that. As Weatherald probably their
It
best.
did sound good.
Is that the optimism of a Carlton supporter coming through?
Afforded plenty of optimism recently, no doubt. The siren's gone, and Kilsyth was saved. Yet more scoreboard pressure, as it was just about to be yet another score for Chirnside Park. They are 7-12, 54 to Kilsyth 4-6, 30. It's three-quarter time here at Pink's Reserve in this Division 4 clash, and there's a bit of afters as well, as we may stay with this one. We'll see if there's any developments here. We'll watch the umpires, see if they're able to break this one up. I think they are easy peasy. Good job to them. And on the other side of this, we'll have an interview with one of the coaches and the final quarter of action here in Division 4.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pink's Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Chirnside Park holding a 4-goal advantage over Kilsyth heading into the last quarter. 7-12-54 to the Cougars 4-6-30. The major goal kickers, Max Lefebvre with 3 for Chirnside Park, Josh Swift with 2, and it's Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland, Brett Davidson, Emily Mackay. We've got Ryan Long and Blake Tennant down on ground level as well. We're going to go through some of the scores around the grounds and start off, as always, in the Premier Division, and it is Blackburn 51 leading Noble Park 30. Doncaster East now out by 25 points over Baldwin, 66-41. Roval leads 66-27 over Berwick. East Ringwood only hold an 8-point lead over South Belgrave, 68-60, and it is 1 point out at Vermont Recreation Reserve. South Croydon 61 trail Vermont 62. That's a thrilling affair out there.
South Belgrave's kicked another goal to cut that lead to 2 points now for East Ringwood.
That's some thrillers at the Premier Division level. In Division 1, there's some big margins at this level. Wanturna South 67 lead Bayswater 15. Park Orchard 73 lead Boronia 55. Mitcham 83 lead Montrose 35. North Ringwood 77 lead Moorobark 49. And Norwood 54 lead Beaconsfield 52 as well, out at Mullen Reserve. Spider did say tread carefully yesterday with Norwood against Beaconsfield, and so far the Norsemen are holding sway. Division 2, East Melwood 52 lead Heathmont 44. Surrey Park 64 lead Lilydale 45. Mulgrave 66 lead Croydon 34. Ringwood now out by 31 points, 56-25, and that would mean they jump off the bottom of the Division 2 table if they remain with that margin.
And just for the record, 6-20-56 to 4-1-25. That's 26 scoring shots to 5 in favour of Ringwood.
Yep. They've done a West Coast from last weekend. And then finally, Waverley Blues now out by 21 points over Templestowe, 63-42 in that contest out at Mount Waverley Reserve. Ryan Long, we're going down to you.
Yeah, at the Chirnside Park huddle. Simon, really good quarter. Challenged a lot by Kilsyth, but you responded well, hit back on the scoreboard, and now have a pretty good lead going the last quarter.
Yeah, the pressure's been really good from both sides, and we probably didn't use the wind as much as we would like to have. You know, we had our opportunities there, but they're holding a 3-goal advantage at the moment, holding against it. We've got to have that little bit of pressure still again, and as you can hear Pico saying, we want to get it in deep and hold that lead and take it home. So that's where we want to go.
Absolutely, and he did mention about the defenders and how impressed he has been with them. What's been really key about your defence today that's really worked well?
Oh, look, they've worked together well all year, actually. They're a good, strong unit. Semi Cannon runs off, and he's well supported by Zav and Birdie. So it's just confidence in each other, and they're doing it again today. It's a great unit.
Absolutely. Big last quarter. All the best.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks there to Ryan Long. We'll go through some Division 3 scores. Donvale 88 lead Knox 54. Sylvan 120 lead Oakley District 40. Whitehorse Pioneers 26 trail the Basin 103. And Upper Ferntree Gully 59 lead. Ferntree Gully 40 in that game out at Wally 2 reserve, and then down into Division 4. Doncaster 137 lead, Nunawading 16. Bulleen Templestowe 64, Trail Fair Park 68, and no update from Forest Hill Warrandyte. Blake Tennant, I'm throwing down to you. What did Kilsyth have to say?
Pretty bit down a bit. Damo, you can't really hear. Unfortunately, you don't get the luxury of some coaches. But I think he was just saying we're just going to run and carry. And they said, do you want to get beaten by 15 goals or would you rather win the game? And they're just going to run and get that hand pass across the ball and hopefully get the boys over the line.
Thanks there, Blakey. You're not wrong there. He is quite softly spoken as well, it must be said. As umpire holds the ball off, the final quarter of this Eastland match of the round is underway. Jared Beanland.
Well, Brendan Camden will take to the ruck contest. Reynolds slapped it down to Van Veen, and it's Murray to let his football do the talking, but Sam King intercepts his kick easily enough. Matt King, in fact. Searching for options to thrust forward for the first entry for the final quarter. Lamb came out, presented well and took the mark. That's Brooklyn Lamb, of course, for Chirnside Park. Swings onto his left. Slapped away by Jacobs. Hoyer's down there. Slaps it over to Spencer Lamb, who makes sure to kill it. And it's just going to be the one behind. 7:13:55 to Kilsyth at 4:6:30. And they're going to have to work it down the ground now, Kilsyth. And that's not the end of the game. That's a very quick quarter.
That's the quickest quarter ever. As the kick out went to Damien Murray. His kick wasn't great to Liam Walter. Put him under pressure from Riley Bickford. Still got a kick away, but it's a turnover ball. Clavant after was slapped down by Troy Casey, locked up. And another ball up at the left half forward flank for Chirnside Park. Again, some skill errors have left them down today, have Kilsyth, particularly coming out of defence. So they'll have to defend another Chirnside Park attack. Skeen got boot to ball. Kick was smothered, almost falconed into his opponent. Umpire found a holding the ball free kick to Ben Van Veen, given away by Daniel Fielding. As Van Veen is eventually given the footy, goes short to Weatherald. Right in front of his interchange bench, who no doubt will be screaming orders as he goes short once again to his coach and captain, Damien Murray. Just looking for options short are the Cougars. And they have another one in Jacob Machete. Almost in front of us is Ches Clavant on the mark. He goes searching for Crosby, went over the top of his head. Premaratne was out the back, got it to Camden. Camden, he eventually got it to Van Veen. Van Veen will get this ball back here from Premaratne. Crosby went off the deck. It eluded Xavier Leslie. The handball back, tried to find Van Oonen, but it's Matt King who intercepted and dished it off to Troy Casey, who heads into the middle. Castledine, good body work. Took the mark in front of Spencer Lamb. He has Ficarelli on the far side. Heads inside forward 50 because he's got Lachlan Hoy out the back. Nearly juggled the grab. Going up against one Kilsyth player. They managed to get it out to Brooklyn Lamb, who's locked up. And another ball up will take place.
Just showed there from defensive 50, nice target, out wide run, and that's the way you can move the footy.
Hoy slapped it down to Clavant. He thought he was taken without it, but no. Weatherald now running a mark across that half-back line. Gets it to Crosby, in fact, and then spilled over the line by Chapman. Or, in fact, it might have been out in the full already. Let's see. No.
I think it was just tapped over the line, despite pleas from the Chirnside Park bench there.
Justin Carusi just trying to give it his best there, I saw.
Find that hard to believe, Justin Carusi being vocal at all.
So back into play, it will be 25-point lead. It's a tough one for Kilsyth. Tough road back. As handing it over his head there was Fielding, and over the line it'll be once more. Locking it up well enough. Chirnside Park at the moment. They need to get something going, Kilsyth. Can't say it enough. Where will it come from? Reynolds got the tap down. Casey now slapped it out. Primaratne disrupted the handball, and it's fallen for Elliott. Inside forward 50, charging onto it. Would have been Cannon. He actually received the handball in the end. You know, his handball was idle, has to go back after it. Ran himself into a couple of tackles. Still got the handball away to Brownfield. Now Casey shares it with Reynolds. Just fumbled it at the wrong moment. Set upon by 3 Cougars. Ball up.
I reckon Sam Cannon's also had a really good game.
He's been very good, hasn't he?
The 2 key pillars, the centre-half back and centre-half forward of Chirnside Park, have almost proven to be the difference today, I reckon.
Reynolds slaps it to the front of the contest. Murray would have gone onto it. Primaratne was there, however. That was good work by Bickford. Got it around the corner. Bouncing ball now. Walter's going to have to be good. Tackled and shrugged the tackle. Very well done. Handball over the head from Wetherill. Back to Walters. Going to have to find his boot. Does so. Van Veen backed out of the contest for some reason. Maybe misread the ball, but still felt. No, briefly for Elliott. No. Casey now sweeps it away. Kicks it straight to Spencer Lamb in the middle of the ground. Had to wait for it to bounce into his hands. Gets it out to Sells. Taps it along. Probably could have taken it. And now Ficcarilli's putting him under pressure. Scoops it up. No. Taps it. Paddles it. Still has to go again. Does Ficco? Drowning in tackles is Mac Brownfield. Ficco goes again as Henschel nearly came away with it, but no. The coach says, you're not going anywhere. So, quick action here as you do see the endeavour now from Kilsyth. They've just not been able to find that last kick inside forward 50. 5.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. It's been slapped down. Kilsyth will go again. Spoiled away by Burt. And again, it's a bit of volleyball here towards the boundary line. Lefebvre is there, but the boundary will beat them all.
It's in the left forward pocket for Kilsyth. What can they create? They've got plenty of creative forwards inside their attacking half. As Campton and Reynolds move into position. Van Oonen around this stoppage as well. He'll loom large. It's Campton who's tapped it down, straight down the throat of Downey, who got it to Skeen. Skeen outside defensive 50. Looking for Castledine, who has to become the tackler. And another ball up. Crosby. He's certainly been lively, has Cole Crosby today.
Yep, he's done enough.
He was locked up there between wing and half forward. Needs to step it up in this last quarter, does the former Moorbuck man, as does this entire Kilsyth side, but it's Chirnside Park who clear the stoppage. The kick intercepted, though, by Mitch Jacobs, who has Walter calling for it on this broadcast side. Decides to go short to the general, Jackson Weatherald. Can take a stroll in the middle of Pink's reserve and head inside forward 50 to a one-on-one. Picking it up off the ground was Lefebvre, who heads to the goal square. Van Oonen up against Downey. It'll dribble its way out of bounds for a boundary throw-in in the right forward pocket for Kilsyth.
He's just had no influence on the game at all, has he, Van Oonen? I mean, I'm not blaming him for that situation. Just in general, he's just not been able to have any influence.
He had an opportunity there, though, with a one-on-one against Downey, which he hasn't really had today whenever it's been inside Kilsyth's attacking half. As he's around this, got the snap away, marked on the line by Downey, and kicked out of bounds on the full by Sam Cannon. Van Oonen's around this. He's going to get I reckon he's going to get the free kick here.
This is the commentator's curse you're talking about? Really?
I don't think so. Oh, they're consulting. Is it going to be a boundary throw-in? No, it is going to be a free kick to Van Oonen.
Thing is, I think it looked like they were trying to pass it over the line, and that's when it's come off Sam's off his inner leg.
As Van Oonen goes for the left foot snap, hits the belly of the ball, went across from the right to the left, and it's out of bounds on the full. Xavier Leslie alongside the behind post to take this free kick.
2 Cavalier by half by the veteran as Chirnside Park will rebound. Reynolds juggles. All Cougars here, but Chaz Clevant, brilliant tackle on Sells. Tries to nullify the numbers advantage the Cougars had in that contest and was able to do so. Reynolds and Sells going at it. Bit of feeling now. I don't think Chirnside Park are going to be feeling too rattled at the moment. It's still 25 points the margin. And it goes. Reynolds down to Fielding. Tackled. Whistle's gone. Fielding, a look of exasperation on his face, amusement, but sees the funny side of it too. Murray tried to read the tap down. Sells works his way through traffic. Got the scrubby kick towards Henschel, but first to it was Matt King. Sam Cannon with strength. Shrugs off his tackler. Sends it forward. Out of the hands of Walter now. Crashing through was Crosley. Got the little tap to Premaratne. Has two to beat. It was taken high, though, by Sam King. And that looks like it hurt.
Yeah. Head was bobbled around a bit, wasn't
Just
it?
very clumsy, wasn't
Yes.
it? Just a clumsy attempt.
I reckon Crosby got away with the throw there, though.
I agree. Yeah, and it's a blood rule as well, as Premaratne will go off. And fortunately now for Kilsyth, the man who's taken this kick will be Wetherald.
I was going to say, it's in good hands.
Yeah.
What a shame.
They're miming exactly what happened as well.
We've never seen so many hand signals that we don't normally see.
Oh, brilliant.
It happened in the reserves game as well.
Indeed. So a bit of pantomime here at Pink's Reserve.
He's behind you.
As Wetherald sends it forward, crashing out, or charging out. Brilliant mark by Chapman. And his influence on the game has been curtailed. But he has got a goal so far, so he's got his eye in, at least at the other end of the ground. Now will he be able to cut back the lead to 19 points?
That was a great forward 50 edge. It was the best one I've seen from Kilsyth all day. That was so good.
And guess who kicked that forward 50 entry as well?
Wetherald, of course. So 9 points at quarter time, 14 at half time, 24 points at the most recent break, 25 points currently, and Chapman to cut it back to 19. Was there a hand to it? No, says the goal umpire. Chapman kicks his second, and Kilsyth have a pulse.
You know what? Kilsyth for the win. Let's go.
Here we go. Here we go.
I'm giving it as much hope as what Blake gives Montrose every single week, especially.
And I'm sure he's still hopeful about today's game. How did Walker Park is
I don't even need
VT.
to. I don't even need to mute his mic. He's just gone home.
He's gone full whispers.
No,
You're lucky he didn't have his headset on.
Classic.
Oh, that's going on Instagram then. He's going to love that even more.
So we're back in the middle of Pink's Reserve. Shepardson now in ruck against Dermot Reynolds. Can Kilsyth create another opportunity from this stoppage? It's Shepardson who wins it down, looking for Crosby, who has to become the tackler alongside Shepardson. Another stoppage in the middle of Pink's Reserve. Need to create another opportunity here. Still troll this game by 19 points. Do the Cougars, 36 playing 55 as Reynolds stumps it forward once again. Murray's kick was smothered, deflected to Crosby, who sent a high up and under ball. King parked underneath this, as was Elliott. His kick was smothered. King tries to slap it forward to Cannon, who almost threw that. Umpire was blindsided. Cannon got a handball away to Clevant. Clevant has open space, not for long though. Still got a handball away in time to Howard as someone's car horn is going off. In the meanwhile, inside forward 50, the ball bounces in favour of Kilsyth, who have all the numbers. Crosby tried to duck his way out of trouble as the players resume, and Casey goes to the teeth of goal. It's intercepted on the line in the end by Cody George. As there's a free kick. Is there a free kick? Well, the mark wasn't paid. It's an opportunity, though, for Chirnside Park as we finally hear the end of that car horn. Meanwhile, Lachlan Hoy will go up in this ruck contest against Liam Walter. Hoy tapped it behind, searching for Ficcarelli, who got a handball out to Clevant, who had to get boot to ball immediately. Won't be paid the mark for Walter, so he's forced to chuck it on the boot. King with the sliding mark. Great play.
I have to say, Cannon's throw back here was magnificent.
One of the best throws we've ever seen is Sam King at the left half forward flank, about 55 out from goal. Heads to the left forward pocket. Castledine comes crashing through and has paid the mark.
It would have been offside though too, Dave.
Yes, I know. This would make it once again a tall order for Kilsyth to get over the line out here in Pink's Reserve. He's been brilliant all day, has Trent Castledine. Tucked up to the boundary line, but from around about 30 metres out, the former South Belgrave, the former Scoresby, the former Vermont man, will look to make it a tough ask for Kilsyth. That fades to the right. It should be spoiled through. It eventually is for the Panthers, and it's now out to 20 points. 7-14-56. Chirnside Park to Kilsyth 5-6-36.
Nah, I'm calling this.
Oh,
Not
Van
as in-
Veen bumped, and it's 25. So Weatherhood, he's trying to take the advantage of that. I think that's still Van Veen's ball, mate. So while Chirnside Park seems to have stabilised, there's a bit of action going on between Lamb and Castledine.
Yeah, he's getting the ball here, is Weatherhood.
He is getting the ball. Wow.
Because Van Veen was
coming back to Van Veen.
It is. Yeah.
I was going to say.
Is it another 25
and that's
as well?
25. And this is the undisciplined nature of Chirnside Park coming back to bite them a little bit in this game. We'll see if they're able to continue this stabilisation effort of the past 5 minutes, as Kilsyth have had most of the momentum throughout this quarter. Weatherald, he sends it into the pocket. Crashing out was Chapman. No, Downey. Good stuff down back, but not a good kick. Sells will renew the attack for Kilsyth. What options does he have? Van Union's down there, I believe. Oh, the mark's been taken. And a brilliant, brilliant saving mark by Aaron Burt. Just try to calm things down, he says. Takes a bit of distance and sends it. Sylvie's got a lot of pressure on him. McGee came across, and over his hands it was towards the boundary line.
I've got a funny feeling that lead before they ran into each other when they were both leading, Van Unum, and they spoiled each other.
You know what? The team has not communicated all day on Kilsyth at all. So it's just the culmination of 4 quarters.
So ball fell in front of the ruck contest. Wrapped up, though, was the Chirnside Park player there in
Tell you what, if they can sneak one in now, in the next 2 minutes.
Anything's possible.
Yeah. It's only been 15 minutes gone in this last quarter. The clearance does go the way of Chirnside Park, though. Castledine bearing down on Spencer. And the handball, oh no, did it come off the boot of Sylvie? Is that out in the full? It is. That is painful to watch if you're a Kilsyth fan. Bickford stepped around Sylvie. I don't think he was ready for that, but Clevant was neither, and he had to spill it over the line.
I reckon the whole bench at Chirnside called that out of bounds.
Yeah.
On the full.
Not surprised
I don't think the umpire even had a choice.
So nearly 16 minutes going in this final quarter. 20-point lead for Chirnside Park. Playing in front was Reynolds, slaps it forward. Territory was the only thing he gained, not possession.
Do you reckon Chirnside are going territory just to kind of keep the ball to their forward line? They'd have to.
Well, they know that Kilsyth have found it difficult to transition throughout the day, and so territory is going to be a massive, massive advantage for them in these coming few minutes. It's been quiet for the past moment or so. Back in it is Ray trying to rove at McGee, however. They bump each other into the pocket. Swift came out and still over the line.
Really like Ray's body work in the ruck. The ability to get in front of his opposition and claim that space has done really well for all the contest work around the ground.
Can Chirnside ice the game with an opportunity on goal here? It'll be Hoy going up against Shepherdson. The boundary umpire gets a cheer from the Chirnside Park Grog squad. In the meanwhile, Swift locked up for the Chirnside. Free kick.
And that's 25, potentially, as they disposed of it. No, didn't. No.
And it is Josh Swift, who has essentially the game on his boot. If he kicks this, it's a tough ask for Kilsyth, an even tougher ask for Kilsyth to have kicked the only goal of this last quarter. His umpire is talking to the Kilsyth players as to why they gave away the free kick. It might have been a dumb tackle, as you mentioned, Jared, and it is Josh Swift. 2 goals in the opening term, has been well held since quarter time. We'll look for a third and a 62-second in season 2026. From directly in front, a player of his quality you wouldn't think would miss this. To put this game almost on ice, and he has.
No, he's
not.
Of course. Of course that happens.
Well, Kilsyth are going to transition this. Sells takes the mark. They've got a lot of work to do, but they're up for the fight, are they not? Mark taken by Elliott. It's Justin Van Unen, 1 out. Oh, it just bounced over his head. Sylvie's there, Downey as well. Scooped up by Henschel. Back to Van Noonen. Tries to wrench out a kick. Was able to do so. Henschel goes again. Held up by Bickford.
That's the best.
That was great defence from Chirnside there.
Yeah.
They just couldn't get it out.
Absolutely. So it's a tricky task, but they've got the territory at the moment. Reynolds slaps it. He's looking for the boundary line. Van Veen there as well. Bickford made no effort at all to pass it off or get it any further out from there. Boundary line was his friend indeed. 18 and a half minutes gone. 57-36.
That was the most exciting call I think I've heard all day.
Oh dear. And the clearance is going to be won pretty easily here by Mitchell Skeen. Hits up Swift, who's charged up down the field.
Oh, that was Kilsyth's opportunity.
It was. And time is now leaking away. Castledine is the option. Spencer Lamb, good intercept, took the mark. He's going to try and change the lanes as we've suggested. It's Sells, the pathfinder for Kilsyth. Where does he go? Good mark taken. Lefebvre towards the goal square. No, a little shorter. And the mark's been taken by Chapman. He's kicked the last for Kilsyth. Can he kick another? It'll be his third of the game.
Oh, he is rushing this though. He needs a bit of composure.
Well, we'll see. You can see why he's rushing it. We're nearly in time on now. And Kilsyth, they've kicked 5 goals for the day. They'll need another, 4 to win this. This would be a good start. Liam Chapman comes in. Is his boot true? Yes, it is. Didn't want to call that too soon. but he's got it.
Not as early as me. Not as early as me.
The umpire has not moved. It's gone over his head.
And I'm still petrified of calling it wrong. But no, it's a 15-point lead now to Chirnside Park and Kilsyth. They've managed to wrestle the momentum back into their favour.
Tell you what, the optimism of a Carlton supporter, Kilsyth could come back. Absolutely.
I tell you what,
you and I are different, so much more different.
Different types of Carlton supporters.
Yes.
It's this clearance. This clearance is crucial.
Well,
that was the quietest goal I've never heard.
I know.
As Reynolds won it down, it's Fielding who won the clearance for Chirnside Park. Picked up by Spencer Lamb, who's under pressure from Ficcarelli. Still got it out to Machete. Machete got it to Weatherald, who somehow got a handball away. And Kilsyth have an outnumber. Murray has a handball option over the top in Lamb, who was under immediate pressure. Still got a handball away and is going to be paid for insufficient intent.
Oh, that's risky. It was a 1 or 3.
Had to be the kick. It had to be the kick.
Great pressure from Chirnside Park as well, and it'll be Mac Brownfield who'll take this free kick.
We're trying to play a game plan they haven't played all day.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Goes down the line. Hoy with the strong hands. Still 2 kicks away from goal. Wheels around immediately because he's got Castledine trailing towards goal. Is going to be paid the free kick. And maybe 25.
Yeah. I think I sealed the game.
And that was silly. He didn't. I mean, he put a little bit of mayo on it, but the fact is, he should. That's just silly to do that.
And maybe, just maybe, has put an end to Kilsyth's finals hopes.
That is the smallest amount of metres that I've seen.
Yeah.
That is not 25. That
is not.
That's 4.
It was literally
he's back where he took it.
That's where he fell down.
That's what
I think he's further back than when he fell down.
So Castledine looking to put a sealer on this game for his first goal in the afternoon. Comes in and he does nail it.
No, he doesn't. It's happened again.
What the hell is going on? It's 16 points. There's still a pulse for Kilsyth. There's still a pulse.
Oh, look, I need clearances. I need good transition. They need to hit their targets. Let's go.
Kilsyth's game on life support, and that life support's name is Jackson Weatherald. He's going to send it towards George. Mark taken. Can they punish Chirnside Park for their inaccuracy? Kicked into the middle of the ground. It was the option that he had to go, but crashing through was Brownfield. Tried to hold him up. It was all Cougars there, but it was Brownfield that was able to hold him up.
Dangerous, but it's that kind of game.
Yes,
you know?
I agree.
100%.
He had to do that.
Up we go again. And it was Crosby able to slam it down the ground, but not too far. Cannon sends it back. Out offhand, Castledine had eluded him. It eluded Ray as well. Falling to ground was Declan Lamb. Was that in the back? No. Trying to wrench it away was Ray, but McGee was too strong. Tackled by Lamb, and that's in the back, surely.
No.
No. Oh, dear. I don't think the umpires and us are seeing eye to eye today.
I think you guys should never become umpires.
No.
Well, he fell into his back, so you can see what I mean. Castledine slapped it. Declan Lamb roved it. Slapped by Sells. Murray had to just get it on the boot in hope. Coming out strongly was Howard. It eluded him. Crashing through as Lamb. This to seal the game. Has he done it? Chirnside Park says yes. Umpire does too. And there it is. Kilsyth's demise now inevitable. You can fight all you want, but you're not going to change that result.
That was a nice kick.
Beautiful kick by Brooklyn Lamb. He's kicked his first for the day.
Well, that's a goal of the day contender as
Indeed
well.
it is.
Yep.
We've gone 24 minutes and now the lead of 22 points is...
So he's gone from being captain coach to umpire as well. Did you see?
Yeah.
Vicar really stood in front of the goal umpire and did that. Told him it was a goal. So
he's one of a kind, is Justin Ficarelli. But Chirnside Park, they're home. 22 points up, 24 and a half minutes gone. 8-16-64 to Kilsyth 6-6-42. They've tried their heart out, have the Cougars, but it's to no avail. As this ball's tossed back up, Reynolds won it down. Stripped of it was Howard, still got it forward. And Daniel Fielding can pole on the pain for Kilsyth. Heads to a dangerous spot. Castledine's out the back, but a good mark taken by Liam Walter in the left back pocket.
he's been all right, actually.
He has been solid as the former Basin man heads out in the direction of Premaratne, who's had a good second half as the youngster. Has to apply the pressure here on Lachlan Hoy. Almost dug it out. Umpire says, give this ball to me and I'll toss it up. 25 and a quarter minutes gone in the last term now. The Cougars look all but done as Murray got a quick handball away and his teammate clears defensive 50. The mark not paid to Premaratne, who was tackled upon immediately by Samuel King at the left half forward flank for Chirnside Park. As this ball tossed back up, tapped down one by Reynolds. Reynolds tried to find Clevant. Kept in play by Murray, who goes down the line, searching for Elliott. Good body work from Brownfield, who's had a pretty solid game today. Heads long in the swift direction, but floating in was Jacob Machete, who has it in the right back pocket for Kilsyth. They might be getting 25 as well to boot. He is.
Do you reckon this will be a real 25?
No, he plays on immediately because he's got an option in the middle. That being Cody George, who changes lanes once again to Drew Sells, who's had a pretty solid game. Sells to the running Walter, who juggled it. Handball inboard. Was a good one in the end to Murray, who's forced to chuck it on the boot and turn it over immediately to Riley Bickford, who's showing plenty of promise as the youngster as the siren sounds. And Chirnside Park boost their double chance aspirations with a 22-point victory over Kilsyth out here at Pink's Reserve. They win 7 on the trot against the Cougars with an 8-16-64 to 6-6-42 victory over Kilsyth. And in the end, it felt almost inevitable with the way Chirnside Park had the territory, were pressuring Kilsyth, and they're eventually rewarded with a good victory here. Jared Beanland, Brett Davidson and Emily Mackay.
Well, the weight of shots at goal at Chirnside Park does tell the story. It's 8-16 to 6-6, and yeah, territory, as you say, Josh, but also just the way Kilsyth were able to move the ball. You mentioned it in the middle of that quarter, Em. They were trying to play a completely different style of game in the final quarter, and that's obviously very difficult to do, especially if you're a Div 4 side, I mean, and a young side as well. Yeah, disappointing for Kilsyth, but Chirnside Park, you know, they're earning their stripes.
Yeah, look, I think it came down to really a little bit on talent as well as part of structure and system. I just think they had too many better players on the ground, and they were crucial. So they had a key defender, key forward, key ruck. That helps.
We're going down to the boundary because Ryan Long and Blake Tennant have Josh Swift and Chas Clevant alongside them.
Yeah, I do have Josh with me. Josh, a fantastic result for the side. A road win. Keeps the double chance hopes alive. I think you're pretty much in the box seat to finish with the top 2 now, so you must be pretty pleased with this performance.
Yeah, obviously pretty pleased with it. We just keep finding a way. We're not playing our best footy just yet, but we're really, really building at the right time of year. and we've still got a couple of guys to come back from injury, which is really going to help us in the back end. But we just got to keep ticking them off like today, and we'll be all right.
Yeah, absolutely. And defensively, I thought your back six was fantastic today, keeping Kilsyth just to the 6 goals this afternoon in a bit of a lower scoring game. You must be pretty pleased with the way they certainly set up.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with the boys. They really set us up, and they really started our attack from the back line, and they're really solid. They're a great group, led by Sammy Cannon down there, and it's really great to see every week. They really fight hard and do the job for us. So, today.
Absolutely. Big final series ahead. All the best.
Chaz Cleveland, terrific win today. Officially get that win against Kilsyth today, and also boosts your finals chances of potentially a double chance depending on next week. How does this one feel?
Yeah, it feels good. We knew it was going to be a tough fought one. It's never easy coming to Killy, and they had to win to stay in finals contention. So it was always going to be tough, but we grit the teeth. It would have been better if we kicked straight, but got the job done, and we'll take the 4 points.
It's sort of been an interesting year for Chirnside. Obviously, made the grand final last year, and you were pretty much the benchmark and just fell short. But do you feel like you're just ticking along at the right time right now? Your coach said it as well on pre-game, sort of being the white horse of last year. Do you feel that way too, heading into a big finals push this year again?
Yeah. It feels like everything's just coming together at the right time, and a few boys are playing some great footy at the moment as well. So hopefully we can string it along. We're not going to look too far ahead. We did that last year and look what happened. So hopefully we can go one step further this year.
I'll let you sing the song, mate. Cheers.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant and Chaz Clevan and Ryan Long alongside Josh Swift as well. Two of their more experienced players who played key roles today once again. Swift in the end with the 2 goals, and Clevan, of course, that bustling style in midfield was quite crucial today for Chirnside Park, as it'll be interesting to see if both feature in votes, in sets of votes as well. As I think we might go to one last break here, and when we return we'll go through our awards and some of the interesting scores around the ground. Chirnside Park victors out here 64-42.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Pink's Reserve Division 4 Eastland match of the round, run and done out here between Kilsyth and Chirnside Park, and it was the Panthers 8-16-64 knocking off Kilsyth 6-6-42. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland, Ryan Long and Blake Tennant, who did a great job on the boundary today, plus Brett Davidson and Emily Mackay. We're going to go through some of our awards, and we'll start as always with the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I've got penciled in, Josh Swift kicked a really good goal in the first quarter. Might have even been the first goal as well. But for me, Brooklyn Lamb's sealer was a really good one, tucked up to the boundary. I personally think that's the goal of the day.
And I personally think you got it right.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they were the two picks, and I think context of the game too to finish them off. I think so.
It was certainly a better call than your goal down here, I'll tell you what.
I agree with that one, Josh.
Tobin Brothers
say aye.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day going to Brooklyn Lamb, a $50 Coles Myer gift voucher going to him. And that was his only goal of the day as well. But let's go through our Cryo Stay Young Eastland best on ground. And I'm going to throw to you first, Brett Davidson, seeing as though you're normally the one that likes to kick us off. All
right, well, I'm going to give an apology to Dermot Reynolds. Because even though he didn't take a lot of marks around the ground, he won just about every tap out, and he was getting advantage nearly the entire game. But I'm going to go one vote to Sam Cannon. I thought he was very, very good down in defence, especially after quarter time. I thought he controlled that area. I'm going 2 votes to Jackson Weatherald. He just about turned the game if it was going to be turned. His use of the football was as good as anybody on the ground. I thought he was excellent. And 3 votes to a guy who probably influenced the game more than anyone, in my opinion. That's Trent Castledine. His marking was good, but I thought he used the ball well. And I think when he had an opportunity to use the ball properly, he switch across ground, his movement into the forward line was outstanding. So he gets my 3 votes.
Emily Mackay, you're 3, 2 and 1.
Pretty similar to Davo. Probably the only exception, I'm going to give 1 vote to Walter. I just really liked his defensive work. His running patterns coming off are really good as well. So him for 1, then I've got Weatherald for 2 as well. Similar things as what Davo said, and then Castledine as well for the 3rd.
Blakey Tennant?
Yes, similar, but I've got Sam Downey as a 1 vote. I think he was on Justin Van Newton, and as you all know, he's a champion of local footy. He's kicked 1,000 goals, so I'm going to go him. And then I've got 2 votes to Weatherald. I think he was Kilsyth's best player today. And 3 votes, I've got a bit different here. I've gone Chaz Clavant for the 3 votes. He gets tagged almost every week, and he really stamped his authority on the game, I thought, today.
Ryan Long?
Yeah, I'm throwing mine up in the air a little bit. I'll give Clavant 1 as well because I thought he worked really hard through the midfield. I've left off Weatherald on this one. I did give the 2 to Liam Walter. I thought he was fantastic in defence for Kilsyth and set them up a little bit. Probably needed a couple of versions of him on today at both ends of the ground, but I thought he was really good. I'll give the 3 to Castledine. I would have probably loved to. I'd have a bit more confidence with that if he had kicked a couple of those goals as well to add on to it. But I thought he worked really hard. He goes to the right spot. He leads in the right directions, and a great mark of the football. So you can see why he gets on to 4 or 5 goals per game at other occasions. So 3 for him.
Does hold the lead now. Does Castledine? Jared Beanland, I'm throwing to you.
Yes. Apologies to Clavant, McGee, and Walter. I've gone 1 for Dermot Reynolds. I really do feel like he deserves a vote for the game that he played. He really did control the right contest. I've gone 2 to Trent Castledine, who's probably going to end up winning it, but I couldn't withhold my 3 votes from Jackson Weatherald. I actually feel like he was just the best player on all over the ground, even if he didn't quite help his side over the line.
Well, he does hold a pretty handy lead. Well, does hold the lead, does Trent Castledine, and he is, I think, going to get the Cryo Stay Young best on ground. I've given 1 vote to Jackson Weatherald. I would have, if Kilsyth had gone over the line, given him the 3. But he was absolutely exceptional. I wonder how many disposals he would have racked up, and you can see his experience at higher levels on display. 2 votes I have given to Castledine. I'm going to give 3 to Sam Cannon. I thought he was crucial down defensively as that leader, providing a fair bit of drive as well, and just quickly doing the math, it does look like it is Trent Castledine with 13 votes ahead of Jackson Weatherald, who had the 10 votes. It is Castledine that wins the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground, a $50 Cryo Stay Young gift voucher going to the former South Belgrave player as well, and who's going to be absolutely vital towards season's end as well. And Jackson Weatherald obviously had a great game as well, but it is Castledine who got the Best on Ground award. I think Blake Tennant's going to head over as well. I think we can see what the merch he's got. He's heading straight over to skipping and jumping to Kilsyth.
Yes, that's correct. Youth League Grand Final tonight, so it's a big crowd down there at Kilsyth tonight, so looking forward to it. Thanks to everyone that did a good job. Thought you guys did a good job.
Thank you
guys, and I'll see you next week.
I was wondering why you wanted Mitchum. I thought it was because Mitchum. I thought Mitchum came to their senses and kicked you out of their super box at the end. But no matter, you did a fantastic job as you always do on the boundary, Blakey. Looking forward to whatever we do next up as well. Maybe the Sunday podcast, maybe Inside once again, but
I'll be on Inside.
Oh,
yeah,
we'll have plenty of fun with that as well.
Absolutely looking forward to listening to you on Insight, Blake. It's one of the highlights of my week.
But just discussing this game before we go through some of the scores around the ground, I think if Chirnside Park had a kick straighter, it could have been 50 points the margin. They missed some opportunities, particularly in that last quarter, and particularly Trent Castledine and Josh Swift, who I don't want to meet in a dark alley after I miscalled those goals as well. But, I mean, they were by far the better side on the day, were Chirnside Park, with their pressure and their midfield work as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think you probably saw, even on paper, I think we looked at the two sides before the game and considered Chirnside Park on paper as a much better side, and I think that's where the two sides sit on the ladder at the moment. Chirnside Park are now playing off, then who they got next week? Forest Hill, so they're not going to lose that game. They're going to finish with the top two. Kilsyth have now officially eliminated from calculations, and I think that sort of sits where, the ladder doesn't lie at this stage of the season.
It doesn't.
I think sorry, Ryan. I think for mine, look, Kilsyth, they've really started to pile on the scores in certain games this year, but we've seen them in previous years, and I think Chirnside Park really made them look like the former version of themselves before they'd had all their development with Damien Murray, and before they'd really started to work out their forward game. It just looked very, very similar to the Kilsyth that we saw against Whitehorse last year, which is more a credit to Chirnside Park really than it is an indictment of Kilsyth, because they're going to continue to develop, and I just think, Chirnside Park is a better structured and more talented side.
A lot of upside as well for them as well. You bring in a guy like Connor Maguire, who played in the reserves today, and Dylan Causey and Ben Slattery. I saw them on the sidelines as well, Davo. They're going to improve, I reckon, Chirnside Park, and really challenge Warrandyte and Fair Park and Bulleen Templestowe in this final series.
See, I don't know about that. I'm going to say that I watched a game of football today, which wasn't too bad, but I don't think that I saw a side that was going to challenge either Bulleen Temple or Warrandyte at this stage. I think they've certainly got some pluses. I really do like the fact that they've got nice balance, but I don't think they've got enough players in their side that are going to be able to stand up against some pretty well-disciplined and talented teams like those two that we talked about. If you add Slattery back in, yes, I can see that that's going to improve them. But a bit like Kilsyth, if you added the two boys that they really miss, McNay and Ivanovic, they'd be a completely different side as well. So I think I think probably in my view they're the third. They could be the third best team in that Chirnside, which is not a bad thing. But I just think I think they're still a step behind those other two, and it will come down to the day who they play and when they play them. But today they did what they needed to do, because I didn't think Ficarelli had a lot to do. No. He didn't have much to do, so I know he can do a lot more around the ground. And defensively they were stronger, but I thought that the Kilsyth forward line, they just got no height.
No, they don't.
They wouldn't have had anyone over 6'2" in their forward line. So even if you don't want to be a long kicking, you've got to at least have an option that can be a spot you can put it in, so they bring a ball down the ground and use your smalls. They couldn't even do that.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest struggle that they had today, was they just had no targets at all, and the way that the Chirnside had defended against them, which was having all those numbers back and then sort of fanning out and attacking from the back line, it's just almost impossible to score some nice clean goals, and they just, we look at 6-6, indicative of the limited opportunities that they had, because they were really caught out on the forward 50 line more than anything.
I think they were particularly early on in that third quarter where they conceded those 2 quick goals. They were still within striking distance at 14 points, but that would have deflated them a little bit, conceding those goals very quickly and the lead rushing out quickly to about 26 points in the end.
Well,
you go.
You sort of saw it in the way that they were playing as well. For the first 3 quarters of that game, it wasn't a proactive style of football. So it's kind of, you're a bit deflated. You're chasing tail the whole time, and then only until the last quarter you go, well, we're either, like the coach would have said, we're either going to get pumped by 15 goals or we're going to try and win the game. And you can't wait till the last quarter to make that call and actually take the game on. It has to be a 4-quarter effort.
Yep,
it does.
And we talked about it when the ball went into Chirnside's forward line. Swift and Castledine were always dangerous.
Oh yeah,
they were always dangerous. The one was going to mark it or the other was. If it hit the ground, then they had other options. But when it went into Kilsyth's forward line, who was going to get it? You didn't really know who was actually going to get it.
Because Van Noonen, as good of a experienced player he is, he still looked slow and lethargic out there as well, and was constantly being tailed by 2 opponents. And you got Lefebvre there, who's certainly an exciting prospect and probably that guy trying to fill the void that Ivanovic leaves. He has increased his goal scoring capacity the last couple of weeks, but I mean, even if Ivanovic came back into the lineup, it wouldn't have made too much of a difference today as well.
No.
So, and McNay as well, but. Do we want to start going through some scores around the grounds?
Yes, Joshua, have a look through.
There's certainly some interesting ones, and we're going to start off, as we always do, with the Premier Division, some final scores starting to filter through, and Blackburn were 37-point victors over Noble Park. 11-11-77, defeating the Bulls 5-10-40 in that game out of Pat Wright Senior Oval. Doncaster East got over the line, ended their hoodoo against Baldwin with a 91-73 victory out there at Baldwin Park. Berwick in the end fell short of Roval 49-73 in that game out at Edwin Flack Reserve. At one stage, I think it was about 39 points in favour of Roval, so they cut back the margin. South Belgrave a pretty good effort against East Ringwood. They led at stages, including early on in that game out at East Ringwood Reserve, but ultimately the Roos were able to get the 4 points with 103-76 victory out at East Ringwood Reserve.
Just on that as well, it's a good result because the percentage might come to play if neither of these sides win. So my only concern was that today they could have got belted by 100 and really copped it there. So that's, you can take some positives out of that.
I reckon they've lost by a lesser margin than Noble Park have, so it makes it just that little bit tougher for the Bulls to survive relegation this year. And then finally, Vermont were able to hold off a South Croydon charge. They kicked 11 goals, 86, and South Croydon, remarkable accuracy, 11-1-67.
Vermont won by 19 behind.
That's
unbelievable.
Yeah. It's quite remarkable, but fair effort for South Croydon for almost playing spoiler. They were trolling by a fair bit in that contest as well out there.
Could you imagine the scenes if that had happened? That would have been unreal.
I wonder how Brush would have felt, because he was out at that game today as well. Was Brush?
Frustrated, perhaps.
Yeah.
I can imagine him sitting there going, shaking his head as he does. Sorry, Brush.
But still some important scores in the Premier Division as well, which means Berwick, they think they'd move outside of the top 5 as well in the Premier Division with Blackburn's victory today. And
as long as they held their spot, it did feel inevitable.
Yeah, and Bournemouth are now 6 points behind Blackburn in 5th place. Vermont are they're still 2 games behind Roval and Doncaster East, but they're in a pretty strong position to play finals. Even though they play East Ringwood next weekend, they're still holding sway in about, I think, 2 games clear of Berwick and percentages.
Who do Berwick have for the next 2 weeks?
They've got Blackburn away and then Vermont away. So have to win both, really.
They do.
Yeah.
Final series, like Kilsyth, their final series starts next weekend. For
two
Probably
elimination
started
finals.
today, to be
Yeah, I
honest.
was just thinking the same thing
Yeah.
as well. But still a credible effort from the Wickers. We'll drop down now into Division 1 and some big margins.
Oh.
Well,
heartbreaker for Norwood.
Yes, 12-8, 80 Beaconsfield defeated Norwood, 11-8, 74. They led for pretty much the entire contest, did the Norsemen, but ultimately fell short.
You just want Norwood to win a game.
They got close. Maybe they got close this week because I didn't tip them after last weekend. Mitcham, comfortable victory over Montrose, 19-15, 129 to the
Sorry,
knees.
can you repeat that? I didn't see that.
19-15, 129 to Montrose, 8-13, 61 out there at Walker Park. Cannot wait for Inside this weekend as well with Blake. He'll.
Oh, can I jump on this week? I think that'd
we
be
might have
great.
to.
One turn to South, 13-17, 95. Defeated Bayswater, 5-7, 37. Baronia, a credible effort against Park Orchards. 10-10, 70. Defeated lost to the Sharks in the end, 12-10, 82.
That's a lot closer than what I thought that game would be.
Yeah, me too. And Moorbark did put it up to North Ringwood as well, but they ultimately went down. 15-8, 98, the Saints to the Mustangs, 9-18, 72 inaccuracy. Playing in a few sides across the divisions this weekend in the EFNL. Division 2, and there were certainly some interesting scores. A thrilling contest out at East Burwood Reserve, which might have been decided after the siren if the play-by-play is anything to go by. It was East Burwood who won another close game, 9-14, 68 to the Jets, 9-9, 63. So after not winning close games for pretty much 2 or 3 years, now actually winning some close games when it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, you might have to pencil in a couple of East Burwood games next year because they're always close. There's hasn't really been a blowout as such.
No, it hasn't been. It hasn't been.
They had nearly 100% up as well.
Yeah, which is remarkable for a side sitting 7th on the ladder.
It'll be interesting to see. I think their percentage is 99.67 entering the final round of the season.
But I still look at that as a wasted year because clearly they've been in these games to win them earlier on in the season and they weren't able to do so. And I think their best can match Croydon, Lilydale, Waverley to an extent. So, I feel like they've wasted some opportunities this year.
Absolutely. Mulgrave got over the line against Croydon, 13-9, 87 to the Blues, 10-11, 71. Still outside the top 5 are Croydon.
Big game next week.
It is a massive game against Surrey Park as well, and Lilydale plays Scoresby out at Scoresby Recreation Reserve, and the Falcons did go down to the Panthers, 8-12, 60, Lilydale to Surrey Park, 14-13, 97. One of the bigger upsets of the season, Waverley Blues got over the line against Templestowe, 11-13, 79 to the Dockers, 6-9, 45. They've dropped off of the Dockers the last couple of weeks with players missing, and they've dropped the minor premiership. They're set to play in a qualifying final in a fortnight's time against Mulgrave, who, as mentioned, got over the line. And then in the relegation off, Ringwood lifted themselves off the bottom of the Division 2 table and are now 5% ahead of Scoresby after they won by 50 points at Jubilee Park, 10-22, 82. Did a West Coast from last weekend out at Jubilee Park to the Magpies, 5-2, 32.
So what's the percentage now for Scoresby?
75.61.
That'll be gutting for Scoresby. They nearly had a place in Division 2 sewn up for next year, but wow. I mean, what's that? Ringwood's biggest score for the year? Maybe apart from their game against Heathmont?
Yep. It's probably their biggest. Well, their 2 biggest scores, I reckon, have come against Scoresby.
Right.
I think they played in round 8 and won that game. They kicked 72 points in the end. Or 10-13, 73 they kicked that day.
So yeah. Biggest score of the year, perhaps.
So then it's next week because Scoresby got Lilydale and
they have beaten Lilydale.
Ringwood have Templestowe, I think.
Yeah, out at I think Templestowe as well. But
indeed,
we've seen the Dockers form drop off a little bit as well. So
is the Scoresby game winnable?
Yes,
it is.
Yeah, 100%
for sure.
Yeah,
Well,
they beat Lilydale the first time.
Then if they both win, what's Heathmont's percentage?
I don't.
78.
How many wins have Heathmont had?
They're on 20. Yet? So Ringwood and Scoresby are on 16. Heathmont's on 20. So if Heathmont are playing
Waverley Blues
next week,
and Waverley Blues have a final spot sewn up now as well, so they don't have anything to play for.
You know what? Heathmont could get relegated.
Heathmont could still get relegated.
Don't be so excited.
Yeah, but Ringwood have to get over Templestowe, which is the.
Can you imagine going down to Tier 3?
Still not safe, are they?
No, they're not.
No,
so
East Burwood are.
East Burwood, yep, locked in.
Yeah.
Still a wide open finals, not finals race. There's only two sides that can finish fifth, and that's Lilydale and Croydon. For Croydon, it's a tough ask going up against Surrey Park, but Lilydale should get over the line, although we have seen them go down to Scoresby.
But if they do lose, then Scoresby, that's a crazy game because
Yeah.
if Scoresby come off the bottom,
yeah.
Lilydale lose their spot in finals because their percentage would go down.
I do wonder one
What's
thing
the
is...
percentage between Lilydale and Croydon at the moment?
It's less than 0.04.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Jeez,
So
it's-
that's... Okay, so yeah, you could... You're right, you could...
That's big.
could
Let's
drop
go to
out,
that game next week.
even if Croydon lose to...
yeah.
So we might have to get the calculators out next week. I think that's the way it's going.
Oh, I'm not going to try to...
Unbelievable.
It's quite
Well, and
remarkable.
Croydon are playing Surrey Park.
And
though.
Surrey won't have anything to play for. They've got the minor premiership locked
Might
up.
rest a few players.
Yeah,
you know.
Possibly will. I guess, well, maybe not rest players since they have the first week
You could
off.
give us the inside goss, Josh.
I'll try my best.
He doesn't. He keeps that to himself.
Who would do that?
Blake. Division 3 will drop down into... and
He just gives us false information.
Let's talk about Division 3 and all final scores from this division the past weekend. Of course, the final round of the home and away season, and Donvale sewed up a fourth consecutive minor premiership with a thumping victory over Knox, 18-12, 120 to the Falcons, 10-8, 68. The Basin entered finals in some red-hot form, 20-24, 144, defeating Whitehorse Pioneers 4-4, 28. Upper Ferntree Gully in the end won by 47 points against Ferntree Gully, 14-13, 97 to the Eagles, 7-8, 50, and Sylvan, 21-13, 139, knocked off Oakley District, 10-9, 69. So the two finals for next weekend are officially set. We've known about Knox and Sylvan for God knows how long, probably since the halfway point of the season. The Basin will play Upper Ferntree Gully in what is going to be a cracking qualifying final out of Bollichu Reserve next weekend.
Yeah, I actually think the Basin go in. Obviously, they've knocked them off twice during the season.
Yep.
They're in the better form. I think that's 11 in a row that they're coming into this final series. I think. We'll see what the lineups look like. At the moment, I find it hard to make a case Upper Gully in that game.
Well, I am too. I'm thinking that you're talking about real solid form, not just getting over the line. Really solid form,
big wins
with the Basin. So, they look pretty good at the moment.
They do, and probably enter the finals as the favourite. I know Donvale win the minor premiership, but the Bears' form, they're the informed side of the division that have been exceptional this season. Division 4, and we've got some final scores. Doncaster 26-17, 173, comfortably accounted for another Wanning 3-6-24. Warren died a big victory over Forest Hill to seal a first minor premiership in a while for the Bloods, or maybe a couple of years even. They won 28-24, 192 to the Zebras, 3-4-22 in that game out at Forest Hill Reserve, and a thriller out at Tedajani Reserve, and it saw the Bull Ants lock up a historic first ever finals appearance, 12-12-84, defeating Fair Park 12-9-81, and that is fantastic to see the Bull Ants play finals this year, Ryan.
Absolutely, second year in the competition. We saw the signs last year, and going into obviously this season, it was wide open. I think we said with those third and fourth spots in the division, and talk about a club that's certainly on the rise. The 19's fantastic. They've got a big chance of winning the flag. The reserves, I think, going to play finals as well.
They are as well, yeah.
So you've got all three sides competing, which is very exciting for them. Who, in just their second year of the competition, are really showing some real signs going forward.
Well, their reserves are set to play an elimination final, most likely with their seniors, because Chirnside Park do play Forest Hill, and the Bull Ants have the bye in the final round. But their 19s, I think, were minor premiers as well.
And what is Fair Park? What's their run been like the last 3 or 4? They've lost
now a few in the last month.
And probably going to have to play Bulleen Templestowe.
Well, that will be, that will be the first final.
You never know, they could slip up against Doncaster and somehow Kilsyth defeat Warrandyte, who again don't have anything to play for next week.
So is technically Kilsyth still mathematically alive if they win and Doncaster lose? Fair Park lose.
Yeah, so they're still 2 points behind because of Fair Park's loss. I can't see that
I can't see both of those results happening.
I can. It's
maybe one, but not both.
Yeah, I think Fair Park and Warrandyte still enter as warm favourites entering the final series, but even though we're entering the final round of the season for Division 2 and Division 4, we still don't have too much of an idea of the finals picture.
Based on what we saw today, I don't think, unless Warrandyte show up and don't show up, I can't see them knocking off Warrandyte in the final round of the season.
I rank Chirnside below Warrandyte and Kilsyth. Obviously struggling here.
I think so as well. And Bulleen Templestowe have been really good, and they needed that kind of win against a Fair Park side that they lost to earlier in the season. And I think the Lions, they look like underdogs heading into the first weekend of finals in the Elimination Final.
Well, I think Bulleen Temp have the bye next week too, don't they?
Yeah, so they'll be well refreshed, raring to go for a final series, no doubt. But certainly some interesting scores, certainly some interesting matchups next weekend as well. Of course, you look at the Premier Division, you've got Blackburn taking on Berwick. That's almost season on the line for the Wickers heading into that contest. You got Waverley Blues, Heathmont, Ringwood, and Templestowe, as mentioned, and Lilydale, Scoresby. I think Division 2 is probably the one to keep an eye on next Saturday afternoon.
100%.
Because there's some really cracking contests as well, with a lot on the line for pretty much all the sides heading into this coming weekend. Right?
Yeah, well, you've got top 5 up for grabs with Croydon and Lilydale, and then obviously the relegation side of things with that not sorted. So it makes it a fascinating weekend. It's been a hard one to tip, Division 2, particularly in the last few weeks of the season. So, I thought today I wouldn't be. I tipped Scoresby. I wouldn't have been surprised if Ringwood had won, but to win by 50 points and potentially could have won by a lot more, that surprises me, and that threw out the percentage and sort of just puts them in a fairly good spot going in the last round. It's still a lot to play for, and Scoresby will absolutely back themselves in to beat Lilydale at home. So
for sure. The thing is as well for next round, looking at Croydon for example, that's got to be a fight to the end because percentage matters, and if Lilydale do end up losing to Scoresby, Croydon still need to limit the damage against Surrey Park to earn themselves a final spot. So there are games where it's going to be a fight to the very end, regardless of what the margin might end up actually being.
And the other one is that, like Ringwood Templestowe have got to start doing something because they've really dropped away in the last 3 weeks.
They have, and it comes down to guys like Mick Fogarty. Cole Giovannini hasn't played the last couple of weekends as well.
Missed the last 5 or 6 games. I'm worried that, at this stage, if they don't get these guys back, I think Mulgrave are certainly going in as favourites in that game, Josh.
And then if they play Waverley Blues, which I think is most likely the case, I can see Waverley Blues knocking them off, given they were able to get over the line this weekend.
So they've lost I think they've lost the last 3, haven't they?
They've lost the last 2.
Just 2, is it?
Yeah, I think they might have had a close game about a fortnight ago, but I know they've lost the last 2 to Eastland and Waverley Blues. So
no, they defeated Scoresby pretty comfortably 3 weeks ago.
So it'll be interesting to see how the end of season 2026 is for Division 2. We might start to slowly wrap things up out here at Pink's Reserve. Ryan Long, I'm sure you would have enjoyed the day on the boundary alongside BT.
Yes, it was nice out there. Obviously, conditions were okay, so we were sitting down in the little shed down there, so it was nice. Very intimate.
Good spot as well. But, of course, we've got the weekend recovery tomorrow as well, and EFNL Inside as well. Great stuff
plenty of content coming up.
Plenty of content, plenty of finals action as well. I think it'll be the last weekend recovery, actually.
Yes,
tomorrow,
well, that's a reminder for all those who email me where the Sunday podcast is after this week. That's it. Will be Saturday, Sunday broadcast, so we don't do the podcast, but I'll might have to announce that tomorrow.
Absolutely. Brett Davidson, Emily Mackay on special comments. Em, great to have you in for a Division 4 game. I'm sure you enjoyed your time back out here at Pink's Reserve as well.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure, and it's nice to be back at the ground. And it was just good to come and hang out and look at some footy.
Davo, always a pleasure.
Yeah, it was good. Good to come out. Beautiful. I think this side of the ground, we've got the hills, we've got everything in front of us. And look, we watched a reasonably good game of footy, and both teams had a real crack at it. So, looking forward to what's coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Of course, Blake Tenner doing a great job on the boundary, and halftime and pre-game as well, coming in as a late in as well, BT. And Jared Beadland, it is always a pleasure to call alongside you, mate.
Yeah, same to you, Josh, as well. And good game here. Good to have a look at the finals bound at Chirnside Park and see what they have to offer.
Absolutely. Lee and Megan Green, tireless work this weekend, doing the Friday night and the Saturday as well out at Warrandyte. That was fantastic to have the women's game live streamed yesterday evening.
That was fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic crowd as well. But that will do us out here at Pink's Reserve. Chirnside Park victors 64-42.